explosives, and based on their testing, they will be able to conclusively
How
tell.
long does that process take usually?
Just now we were talking to them, maybe 1 or 2 days they will expedite the process, and maybe they will be able to tell us in a day or
Do you believe that there are others who may be involved in this who have gotten out?
As I told you, that it is investigation is ongoing and the facts are unfolding, and new things are coming up. So as of now, it will be premature to conclude anything.
Was there any shrapnel which was found at all on the
Not
location?
as of now, but still we are examining the scene of crime.
And in terms of the metro and operations, borders being sealed, what can you share with us?
No, as of now, I cannot share anything about that. We are deciding upon it, and then we will take a call.
Could you share any other information? Sir,
We'll try and go back to Arunima. Morning viewers on this very, very special broadcast and continuous coverage on that tragic explosion that's taken place near the Red Fort metro station late on Monday night. Monday evening around 6:52 p.m. That's when this incident occurred. But then the dominoes are falling, and then there are multiple exposés here on CNN News 18 that's kept you ahead on the coverage right through the night and into this morning of Tuesday. Viewers, we are the first to tell you that there was somebody whose vehicle had been taken. That aspect has now been bought. The details of the vehicle that was used for this, that's the I-20, the purchase, that person has been nabbed. There is the Pulwama connection that was established here on CNN News 18. We have also been the first to get you the correct details of what actually happened, what was the modus operandi, and the connect and the possible connect of the perpetrators of the act at Red Fort with those who have been nabbed in Faridabad, and also the huge haul of explosive making material that took place in Faridabad, in a village in Faridabad. So there are those who are plotting to try and break Bharat and to also tear its social fabric into pieces, to try and unleash a series of blasts. Perhaps that is the intent. The investigators are getting into the thick of it. The Home Minister is leading and monitoring the investigations and every aspect of it. Personally, he was one of the first to also respond and also go down to LNJP hospital to visit the families of the injured and also those of the deceased and also the entire incident site. He will be back in action in just about 2 hours from now in terms of taking stock of the situation and going back to that very area, and also perhaps address the media and divulge more details of the investigation. But more importantly, kudos to our security forces, starting with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Haryana Police, the Central Agency, the Delhi Police, all of them working together cohesively to ensure that any attempt to try and hurt Bharat is thwarted, is nipped in the bud. The loss of these 8 people hurts, and we will mourn their loss and also pray for the speedy recovery of those who are injured. But more importantly, the enemy has not learned their lesson. Is this something which is clear to the agencies? What will be Bharat's response, and how will the pieces be put together? There is a Pulwama connection yet again, and Pulwama, which is supposed to be redeeming itself via its dairy resurgence and cooperatives, etc., now again has it become a hotbed for certain sleeper cells. And more importantly, this issue of white-collar terrorists. How is Bharat and how are its security agencies going to address this issue that has now presented itself based around these investigations and these crackdowns, be it the Faridabad terror module, what's happening in Gujarat, or what happened at the Red Fort in Delhi? We get you more details when we come back after a short break. Stay with us. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Shambura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car, were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Is this something which is clear to the agencies? What will be Bharat's response and how will the pieces be put together? There is a Pulwama connection yet again, and Pulwama, which is supposed to be redeeming itself via its dairy resurgence and cooperatives, etc., now again has it become a hotbed for certain sleeper cells, and more importantly, this issue of white-collar terrorists. How is Bharat and how are its security agencies going to address this issue that has now presented itself based around these investigations and these crackdowns, be it the Faridabad terror module, what's happening in Gujarat, or what happened at the Red Fort in Delhi? We get you more details when we come back after a short break. Stay with us. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Shambura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes
of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll according to the LNJP hospital is 8 and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for now, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur, as well as Arunima, covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now, look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see that craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had around the adjoining areas on the ground, and of course as far as the cars were concerned, in which As we now learn, 11 people have been killed and more than 20 injured. Arunima is at the Red Fort area. Arunima, early morning visuals, if you can get for us, what do you see around you so that we can get an assessment of what really could have been an impact of the blast?
So the entire stretch that leads you to the blast site has been barricaded. Right behind me is barricade and police deployment, and this is only the third barricade. As you come from the Daryaganj Delhi Gate side, right at the spot where you cross Daryaganj and you move right to join the ring road, the first barricade comes up there, and then there are multiple barricades till you come here. The spot is just down this road, and we'll show you the spot and the kind of securing of the crime scene that has been done there as well. As far as the carriageway goes,
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
हमारे पीछे गाड़ी में आग लगी है, बम फटा है, क्या जो भी कुछ हुआ है हमारी समझ में नहीं आया।
A tragic explosion near Red Fort metro station on Monday evening has sent shockwaves across the national capital. Around 6:55 p.m., in fact, the police has confirmed the time as 6:52 p.m., a Hyundai i20 suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and leaving several others injured. The powerful blast sparked a massive fire, damaging nearby vehicles. The Delhi police have registered an FIR under the UAPA, Explosive Substances Act, and the BNS sections for murder and conspiracy to murder. A massive investigation has now been launched. In a major development, Delhi police have traced the vehicle to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, to the Shambura village in Pulwama district. Originally registered in Gurugram and owned by Muhammad Salman, the car had changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq in a Pulwama village. The first owner, Muhammad Salman, has also been detained for questioning. He facilitated the sales illegally without proper ownership transfer. Now the central agencies probe possible terror links behind the Pulwama connection, and also whether or not there is a connection with the module that was busted with nearly 3 tons of explosive making material from Faridabad, and that also had a link to Pulwama. So are these all connected, and is it the same module? Now, let's try and understand this. Investigators are actually now probing a possible Pulwama connection in the ongoing blast case after key developments emerged in this entire Hyundai i20 car. Now, we're naming the brand because that's the car that was involved, but the i20 was believed to have been used in the incident. Sources confirm that this car, which has changed 4 hands since 2014, so nearly 11-year-old vehicle, was first bought by Muhammad Salman on the 18th of March 2014. Salman, now under arrest, was the original owner of the vehicle. He then later sold this car to Devendra, who passed it on to Sonu. Sonu in turn sold the car to Tariq. So Tariq is the 4th owner or handler, but all these sales have been made illegally, is what, without the proper paperwork. Now, Tariq is a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. Officials say the vehicle's ownership was officially never transferred. So that's why the re-registry and the re-registration, transfer of the hypothecation and all of that as per the rules of the Motor Vehicles Act were not followed, with transactions done illegally through a Faridabad-based car dealer. So he is also now going to be questioned as to why he purported these transactions. The Faridabad-based car dealer is present on the in the pictures that have been accessed by CNN News 18. And more importantly, there seems to be this connection with the local Pulwama region because of the module that was busted over the last week. The first arrest happened about 7 or 8 days ago. Ishan Wani is now joining us from Tariq's residence at Tariq's village there. Ishan, good early morning to you. Tragic turn of events, but there is a Pulwama connection to that is very fast emerging. My first question, where are you exactly? And the second one is, was Tariq anyway linked with Dr. Muzammil?
Well, it seems like all of these dots are connecting at the moment. This is the house of Umar and Ami. These are the two brothers who have been picked up by the Special Operation Group of the J&K Police for the investigation. And the guy that you see in the picture since yesterday is actually not Tariq, but one of their sons, whose name is Umar. And he's a plumber by profession. He lives here. The family says the only car that they know about is this one, which is registered in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is an I-10 car, which is owned by the family. These are two brothers, but it's also indicating that they could possibly have had links with Tariq. He's a tipper driver by profession. But the guy, importantly, that you see in the picture from yesterday is actually their son, Umar, who had made that purchase and who was seen in that picture. The family is clear that they had no idea about their son, and he has never actually, according to the family, never visited Delhi. But Amir Rashid and Umar Rashid have been picked up. They have been questioned. The guy holding the key is Amir Rashid in the picture, and even the family says they were shocked to see their son holding key of a car which they have no clue about. So there could be possibly leads and links to this incident, but this is a Sambura village of Pulwama where the family yesterday said that there was a police team which arrived at their doorstep and took both the brothers, and the investigation is now circling about Tariq. That what is his role? Did he facilitate in buying that vehicle and passing it on to Dr. Umar, about whom the agencies are still trying to unearth?
Ishan, just pause there and let's just revise this for our viewers. Now, I think we also internally will have to make a change. You're saying that the person whose picture we have, who's taking over the keys of the car from that dealer, that dodgy dealer who's who's handed over the keys without proper paperwork, this person is actually not Tariq, but his name is Muhammad Umar. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely right. The family has identified him as their son. His name is Amir Rashid.
Amir Rashid, okay, or Umar.
They have two sons. Yes, one is Amir Rashid and one is Umar Rashid. They have two sons, but the guy holding the key is Amir Rashid, who works as a plumber, and another brother works as an electrician. So they both have been picked up, but the guy holding the key is Amir Rashid. So
the guy holding the key, so this picture that we are running currently, so this is happening live, viewers, so we will also amend ourselves, but this is Amir. And you're saying that Amir and Umar are not the same person. Amir Rashid is one person, Umar Rashid is his brother. Both of them live in this house where you are standing. And Tariq, the tipper driver, has also been arrested. So do we have a picture of Tariq?
Well, we don't have a picture of Tariq at the moment, but because we're relying on this picture since yesterday. When we showed it to the family, they confirm is their son Amir Rashid, but they have no clue when he visited Delhi, when he purchased any vehicle. The only vehicle that they know about is the one which is parked at their doorstep, which is registered in Jammu and Kashmir in the district itself, which is JK13 number. You will notice here 13C7345. But there are links according to sources between all of them that they might have been in touch.
Ishan, just one more question. Arunima is joining us with more details. Ishan, just asking you, have both Umar and Amir, the two brothers, have both of them been detained by the cops?
Yes, absolutely. Both of them have been picked up. Yesterday, police team came here. They picked up both Amir and Umar and taken them for the further investigation.
Right. Thank you. Now, we're going to come back to you for more details. So, viewers, there are now 3 players from this region, this Sambura village in Pulwama. Let's just clarify that. The the owner to whom this car was given is Tariq, a tipper driver. But the person in the picture, that person's name is Amir, who's the one who's taking the keys. He has been picked up and he has a brother named Umar, and that Umar person has also been now picked up. So there are 3 entities in this entire car transfer. The person in the picture who's receiving the key or the symbolic key, that person is Amir and not Tariq. But there are 3, all of them belong to the Sambura village. Why did Amir go and collect this key on behalf of Tariq is again a subject matter of investigation. The family itself is flummoxed, as Ishan was saying. Now we have more information coming through. Arunima joining us with these details that the Delhi police have now confirmed that there are body parts that have been found inside the vehicle. It could be the driver. It's still under in the realm of assumption. Forensic teams are picking up body parts for further testing. There is no clarity if there was only a driver in the car or there were multiple passengers or multiple people in the car. There's no clarity there. But Arunima, let's listen into the cops before we go across to Arunima.
The investigation is going on and we cannot conclusively comment upon anything. Once we have the facts, hard facts in hand, then only we'll be able to tell. The FSL is doing the same thing only. They are lifting the traces of explosives, and based on their testing, they will be able to conclusively tell.
How long does that process take usually?
Just now we were talking to them, maybe 1 or 2 days they will expedite the process and maybe they will be able to tell us in a day or two. बॉडी अभी तो देखो, अभी तो चल रहा है, अभी एफएसएल की टीम है, वो लोग उठा रहे हैं उसको, और उसके अंदर कुछ बॉडी पार्ट्स भी हैं, तो लेट अस सी हाउ इट कनेक्ट्स.
Interesting though that neither Tariq nor Umar nor Amir were in the car because all three of them are alive and they are in the police custody. So who was driving the vehicle? Who did Tariq give that car to, or Amir or Umar? Were they aware? Who was the person who took that car and brought that car into Delhi if this car had been now taken into Jammu and Kashmir? These are questions that remain. Arunima joins us with more. Arunima, body parts have been found, but there are also eyewitnesses from last evening who said that there were certainly 3 to 4 people in the car. It was not just the lone driver. People who were eyewitnesses, who were just in the vicinity and who narrowly were saved.
So, DCP North clarified that body parts have been found inside the vehicle. When I asked him if the driver of the car is now deceased, he said there's no way we can confirm that. The rear end of the vehicle is completely damaged, but in the front side, there are body parts that have been found, which are now being picked up. Do all the body parts belong to one person, or they are body parts of more than one? Because like you said, eyewitnesses seem to believe that at least 3 people were in the vehicle. So once these parts are picked up and subjected to scientific tests like DNA testing, only then we will know whether this was only the driver. Why this also becomes important is once again drawing parallel to the Pulwama attack that was carried out. Usually when a Fidain attack like this happens, which Jaish has carried out in the past as well, there's one Fidain. So in this case, if there's more than one person, is this an accidental blast that was triggered off? The terrorist group was not intending to carry out the blast here. Then that line of investigation will also gather steam. So that is why this part of the scientific investigation is so important, to figure out whether only the driver of the vehicle is the deceased or more than one person. If it is established that the body part belongs to one person and it is the driver whose face has been captured on camera, then it becomes a little easier. There are a lot of other scientific endeavors that is now available. If you pick up the right body parts, then the bony structure through scientific modules can be reassembled in terms of graphically trying to figure out who this person was and match it with the CCTV footage as well. So as far as that investigation is concerned, that also becomes very important.
There is also the DNA reconstruction which is possible with blood samples, and also with multiple body parts, whether they are of the same human body or different bodies. All that is possible. But Arunima, coming back to you only, there's more that this entire Faridabad module link, that's also now being probed, because circumstantially it all points that there can be or there must be a connection. Arunima. Arunima, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I think the DCP was speaking once again, so I was trying to just figure out what was going on. But yes, you're right.
If you need to go, you go live. You can talk and walk if you can.
At the moment,
if that bite pulls,
he's speaking. I'll try.
Yeah, go ahead. Just walk ahead. We'll stay with you.
Live, but just to give you an update. As to what really is happening as far as the Faridabad module is concerned. These names, Umar, Amir, Tariq, these are very familiar names in Jammu and Kashmir. So one is also trying to ascertain, that's what police officials told us, that they're also trying to ascertain whether, these are the same one person, or these are similar.
Arunima, we have confirmation from Ishan.
We
have confirmation from Ishan, who is right there in Sambura. Just before you came on live, there's confirmation that Umar and Amir are brothers. They are 2 separate individuals, and Tariq is a 3rd individual, and all three of them have been right now picked up from Sambura. So whether or not the aliases were
used. What I was trying to tell you was...
Right.
No, what I was trying to tell you was Dr. Umar, who's suspected in the Faridabad module. Is Dr. Umar the same Umar who has been picked up for ownership of the car?
Right.
That's also a confusion right now. But because these are so commonly used names, it will take time. It will take time to figure out.
So there again, what's happening is
this car
There again, what's happening is that the Amir, the person who's collecting the key in the image, he's actually not Tariq, he's Amir. And Amir's brother's name is also Umar.
Yeah.
So those two individuals, and they both belong to Sambura village, and Amir has seemingly picked up the keys or the scar on behalf of Tariq. So those three individuals, Tariq, Amir and Umar, are right now in custody of the cops. Now, whether or not they are linked to this Dr. Umar, and that perhaps, like you say, is in the realm of investigation. Yeah.
Yes, and if you just give me 30 seconds, I want to finish what officials are telling me. Does it seem deliberate that till 2015, the papers, the records of this car is clean? Even the challan that has been paid from Haryana all the way to Tariq in Kashmir, there's no problem with that. Post which, suddenly the records go up in the air. There's no paperwork, there's no record as per the MV Act. So has this vehicle been picked up deliberately to put off investigators off their trail? That's also something that is under the realm of investigation at the moment.
Well, but was it a 10-year plan, or were they just illegally selling cars without having to go through the paperwork as per the Motor Vehicles Act? That's another part. But then what happens is it becomes difficult to trace ownership. Now, from Tariq, because if Tariq, Umar and his brother Amir is the one who's there in the picture here, if all three of them are alive, so clearly Tariq was not the one, driving the car. So who is driving the car? Who did he give the car to? And who are these people, and what are they connected somewhere to Pulwama, and via Pulwama somewhere with Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil and that entire group, which is the Faridabad module? Ankur Gupta is live with us. Arunima is trying to see if the top cop is speaking again, and we'll go back to her moment we have an update from her. She's at the Red Fort. Ankur has also been tracking this very carefully. Ankur, somewhere circumstantially, the first intent was, or the first assumption was, this has to be linked, this has to be connected. Did the bust of the module trigger a certain level of haste from this group? Were they trying to flee the area, relocate perhaps whatever ammunition they had, or were they trying to create certain amount of mayhem and create destruction sooner than later because they thought the authorities could close in on them since the Faridabad module was busted? All this perhaps now under the ambit of investigation.
Yeah, Anand, I'll come back to on this. Basically, we have got exclusive information that according to the forensic officials have told the investigators that there is a possibility of use of RDX. There is a possibility that the whatever they have gathered from the spot, it hints about the use of RDX in the blast. So this is the biggest development so far, and importantly, the car which was used in the blast was seen coming from Badarpur border to New Delhi area, and around 8 a.m. in the morning, this car was noticed by the investigators at a toll gate. So certainly these information have been gathered by different sources, and importantly, there is now cops are also probing a direct link with Faridabad module, which was busted by J&K police and Haryana police yesterday, and they are also suspecting that this could be a panic car blast after getting caught by investigators. The master could have told them to just place the blast anywhere. So in the panic, they just placed the blast, and they in fact they couldn't placed it properly. So certainly all these are now under investigation. So the biggest part is there is a possibility that RDX, which is the highly the most sophisticated explosive,
Ankur,
may have used in this basically
Ankur,
NSG.
Two parts to your information. One, you're saying that there's possibility that RDX could have been used. Now, have the forensic analysts found traces of RDX there? Because RDX in modern day can be very easily traced. Its origin and where it is from, it's traceable. So that's one point. The second point is that you say that this I-20 vehicle crossed a toll at Badarpur. So where was this I-20 actually coming from if it crossed the toll at Badarpur? One. Two, how many occupants were there? Does that toll capture the occupants of the car? So do the authorities now have a fixed image of who all were sitting inside the car as it entered?
Yeah, so Anand, basically the current investigation has suggested that there are two parts of investigation. Which initial forensic FSL conduct initial assessment and inform the local the investigators, and later the most authentic way is the NSG brief the investigator whether what kind of explosive was used in which blast. So certainly this is the initial stage which we are talking about, and cops are now investigating whether if they crossed a toll gate of Badarpur border at 8 a.m. So from 8 a.m. till 4:35 p.m. This car roamed in Delhi at different parts of the national capital. They are now probing where exactly they went, whether the driver of the car, which is suspectedly the doctor, which is linked to the Pulwama. So
yeah, interestingly,
so whether they met anybody in between these 7-8 hours. This is the part of the investigation.
Right, and also the location. Where all did the car roam from 8 a.m. if it crossed into crossed the Badarpur border? Interestingly, viewers, if you look carefully, there's nobody sitting in the front seat. There's no one sitting next to the driver. So the front seat is empty. Was this being driven solo by the car, by the driver as he entered, as the car entered Delhi via the Badarpur border? And were there more occupants who were added on through the course of the day? So the trail of this car is now going to be traced right across Delhi. Where all did it drive? Where all did it row on? Did it tank up anywhere? Fuel? Did it stop? Did it make a longest stopover? Did more people get onto the car? Because as of now, you see the driver is wearing a smoke mask or a mask on his face to cover it from pollution. So it's very easy to wear that. But there's nobody sitting next to the driver in the car. The front seat, the front passenger seat next to the driver is empty. Are there people at the back? We are not able to be, we can't make it clear, but it's a small car, and if you can see the rear view or the rear window of the car and the back screen, the rear windscreen of the car is visible. That means there aren't too many occupants except for this person who's wearing a blue shirt and wearing a face mask. We got more news. More than 200 police personnel have monitored the CCTV. According to footages of different locations, at least 13 people have been questioned. One Dr. Umar of Faridabad module is suspected to be inside the vehicle. However, to exactly identify, DNA reports are actually awaited. So that's more news. Anshul is now joining us. Anshul, whether this Umar who's been now nabbed in Shambura and the Dr. Umar are the same people, or are they just two different people with the same names? We have to establish who's this person who's driving the car in Delhi. If Ishan is confirming to us that both Umar and Amir have, who are sons of a person who lives in Shambura village, have actually been picked up by the cops. So there are multiple dots to connect and also multiple gaps or blanks that need to be filled in this investigation. Yes, Anshul.
So at this point in time, the Delhi police suspects that the person who is driving the vehicle is actually one Dr. Umar, who belongs from Faridabad, and is probably the part of the Faridabad module that was busted just a few days ago by the Jammu Kashmir police and the Faridabad police. Now in the investigation that has been done till now, the pictures that you are seeing on your screens at this point in time, this is of this could be of Dr. Umar is what the police suspects at this point. However, since the body is in absolutely decapitated condition when the blast happened, and hence the body has still not been identified of the person who was sitting inside the vehicle. But from the footages that has been accessed by CNN News 18 and from the footages that has been seen by Delhi police at this point in time, this could be Dr. Umar, who could be a part of Faridabad module at this point in time. The samples that were received from nearby the vehicle that had exploded, they have been sent for forensic testing and DNA testing as well. Once the DNA testing comes back, it would be abundantly clear if at all this is the same Dr. Umar.
How is the Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module connected, Anshul? Why was he one who the authorities could not arrest? Because we did talk about Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil, but who is this Dr. Umar and why is it? Why is it that the authorities believe that he could be the one driving the car?
If you look at the investigation that has been done by the Faridabad police and the Jammu Kashmir police, there was one doctor who was still at large, and we had reported about this yesterday as well. That there is another suspected doctor who is still at large, and the name of that doctor was Dr. Umar itself. Now, since this person whose photo has come out looks very close to that description of Dr. Umar, and hence the Delhi police suspects at this point in time that this could be Dr. Umar himself who was driving the vehicle and has probably carried out this benign sort of an attack, because if in the CCTV footages as well, it can be seen that the vehicle seems absolutely empty, and eventually the blast that happened from the rear end of the vehicle as well, is what the Delhi police sources have told us, and they have found out in the investigation. So probably whatever explosive was there was put in the either in the rear end boot of the car, or probably on the back seat of the car. But since the DNA sampling has still not been done, it could take another 24 hours for the DNA sampling reports to come out. Then it would be abundantly clear if there are direct links between Faridabad terror module and the
So there are Anshul, Anvit, Ishan and Ankur and Arunima, all of them actually tracking these details, viewers. So there are multiple layers to this. Dr. Umar was part of the Faridabad module, but he escaped and he was at large. Was he the one driving the car on Monday evening? Because there's only one person who's driving the car. It's got to be established via DNA sampling. The Umar who's been arrested in Shambura village in Pulwama is Amir's brother. Amir is the one receiving the key, the token key from the car dealer on behalf of Tariq. So that Umar is different. This Dr. Umar is different, but are they all somewhere connected? What was Dr. Umar, if he was the one driving the car last evening, doing? Was he ferrying remaining explosives away somewhere, or was he in a haste because the module being busted? Was he trying to look at a place where he could cause damage and in the end also give himself up in terms of suicide bomb attack? Or did this car bomb go off before it was actually intended to, or where it was actually intended to? This is all subject matter of investigation, but to track the car is important. So investigators are tracking the I-20 connected to the recent Delhi blast, and they have now pieced together it's a route through the day, roughly. Since the time 8 a.m. it enters the Badarpur border, what happened and where did it go? And it's revealing key movements and timings from CCTV footage. More than 200 cops have actually monitored the CCTV footage thoroughly, tracking this movement of this car all across Delhi very, very carefully. The car was first captured near Kashmiri Gate, then seen moving through Daryaganj, then Sunehri Masjid, and finally it made its way to Red Fort, where it was reportedly parked between 3:19 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. on the day of the incident. Now this is critical. 3:19 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. For nearly 3.5 hours, this car was parked there, and 4 minutes after this car was moved out at 6:52 p.m. That's when the explosion is triggered. 6:48 p.m. the car is moving. 6:52 it explodes. Sources confirm that over 50 CCTV cameras across these areas have recorded visuals of the vehicle, helping authorities to establish a clear movement pattern. So that's critical. We'll try and go across to Anvit, Anshul, Arunima, Ankur and also Ishan. Let's try and go across to Ishan and try and understand. Ishan is right outside Tariq's house. So who's this Tariq? This Tariq is a tipper driver and Umar and Amir are his sons, or is Tariq a separate individual altogether from the household where you are? Ishan.
Well, he's a different individual, but what we have seen in last couple of days was one that, Umar and Amir Rashid are two brothers who live here. The picture that has been flashed since yesterday through our sources is of one of those persons who lives here. His name is Amir Rashid, but both the brothers have been picked up. Tariq is linked to them because they are friends. That's what we have been given to understand by our sources. And all of them have been picked up because he is the one who's holding the key, but the family says they have no clue about any other car except for this one, which is registered in Jammu and Kashmir JK13C7345 and is parked outside their house, that they have no clue about any other car. So let's make it very clear that there are two brothers, Amir and Umar, who live here, and the picture of Amir Rashid has come out purchasing that car. But there is another person called Tariq who has also been picked up, who is their friend of Amir, whose name has been flashing since yesterday. yesterday, it's most likely that the SIM card that Amir was using and the Amir gave at the time of purchasing the vehicle in Delhi belonged to Tariq, and hence all of this confusion about the picture, about the names have emerged, because the Amir was possibly using the SIM card given by Tariq and that he gave in Delhi while making that purchase. So that's why the name started emerging as Tariq, but the picture was of Amir Rashid. Though now the agencies are connecting dots, all of them have been picked up for the investigation. Now the name that we are also hearing is about a Dr. Umar, who is a resident of Pulwama, and name of him is emerging that he could be part of the entire module, and he could be the one who was sitting in the car, who was driving the car, and later on he was the one who possibly could have triggered it. We don't know yet, but it seems like very unlikely. But this is the house where there is Pulwama connection. This is the house where they lived. One brother works as a plumber and another works as an electrician. And Tariq, I am told, works as a tipper driver. And all of them have been picked up yesterday evening by the Special Operation Group of the J&K Police, and their interrogation is going on. And what we also understand is that these dots have been connected, but it has a Pulwama connection to it, because all of those who have been picked up, or the doctor, they all are from Pulwama within the radius of 2 to 3 kilometers.
So they're all within a radius. This is again interesting, viewers. Ishan is now confirming to us here on this live broadcast that the Faridabad module doctor who was arrested, Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid, the two brothers who are friends of Tariq, the tipper driver, all three of them who are now under the custody of the cops, they all lived in a vicinity of 2 to 3 kilometers in the Pulwama district. So can there be a connection established? The house where Ishan is currently standing is not Tariq, the tipper driver's house. It's the house of Umar and Amir Rashid, brothers who are also friends with Tariq, and it is Amir Rashid in the picture collecting that symbolic key of the I-20. That's the person. He and his brother Umar are friends with Tariq. Tariq's picture we don't have, Umar's picture we don't have, but who was driving the car in Delhi? Was it Dr. Umar, again from Pulwama? So there are two Umars. One is Umar Rashid, this guy, Amir Rashid's brother, and the other one is Dr. Umar, who is directly connected with Dr. Muzammil in the Faridabad module and who was absconding. Ankur is joining us, Ananya Bhatnagar joining us, but quickly taking you through is Arunima from the Jain temple site where body parts were found. She's done a report from there. Let's go to that.
This Jain Digambar temple as well. सर इस मंदिर के अंदर क्यों गए हैं फोरेंसिक वाले?
सर किसी के नहीं कुछ पड़े हुए थे यहाँ पे शरीर का,
मांस के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं।
हाँ नहीं, अब तो रात में
ले गए हैं।
थोड़े बहुत कहीं छत पे थे। हाँ। तो वही हमने बोले कि
मांस के टुकड़े ऊपर छत तक चले गए।
हाँ, और गाड़ी की नहीं, वो इंजन के कहीं कुछ पड़े थे,
तो वो उसकी जांच करने गए। अच्छा, बहुत शुक्रिया. So what is being confirmed to us is that the impact of the blast was such that some body parts went right up to the roof, and that is what is being probed by the forensic team. There are some parts of the vehicle also that has been found inside the Jain Digambar temple, and all of that is being subjected to investigation at the moment.
What we are getting in now is that.
So Arima getting us those details. So that was the temple, and because of the explosion, the temple was very close by, and there are certain pieces, body parts that were found there, also pieces. Now that's important for DNA tracing. Were there multiple people in the car? Does this belong to some of the victims who perished or got injured? There have been certain loss of limbs that has also been reported, viewers. Some things which are disturbing, but let's just hope that those who have who are injured, but some of them critically, they all pull through. 8 people have died, tragic turn of events last evening, but we are focusing on the investigation as pieces are coming in together of this entire puzzle, and it all seems to be connected. The terror module emerging from Pulwama, this incident at Red Fort emerging from Pulwama, the Pulwama connect of the car owners and the person who handed over the car. Were they all linked? Did they know each other? Because they all are living within a vicinity of 2 to 3 kilometers of each other. That's what Ishan has got us. So that's another bit of exclusive information here on CNN News 18, that all those linked to the Faridabad module and also to the Red Fort module, they were living within 2 to 3 kilometers of each other in Pulwama. The former DGP Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh ji, joins us. Vikram Singh ji, there are various aspects, but more importantly, how is it that such an elaborate module of white-collar terrorists was functioning And could there be more such entities? They have been able to amass over the course of the last year and a half, nearly 3 tons of explosive material. Was some of it used in the Red Fort event? And was the driver, Dr. Umar, the one who was absconding from the Faridabad module, an alias or associate of Dr. Muzammil, and also the lady doctor in whose car this was found, an AK-47 was found?
Good morning.
Morning,
Many
sir.
congratulations for doing a bit of reverse engineering, putting the various pieces in perspective and together. Now the dust seems to be settling down. We have 2 Umars, the Umar and a Umar. But the interesting point is that all of them belong to Pulwama within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. There is a Faridabad module, and the new dimension of Jaish-e-Mohammed is to pick up those highly qualified, trained professionals, not those of the madrasa products, but yes, highly trained professionals who have a credibility. So they will not be under the police radar very soon. And therefore, that was something that they probably thought that they would be able to get away with. But smuggling of 3 tons of ammonium nitrate is a different ballgame altogether. And to have a safe house in Faridabad, transport and smuggle this 3 tons, you may recall that this is the similar material that was used in Paris and Beirut also. It has been a favorite of the terrorists right across the globe, not only in Paris. And the blast that happened in Paris rattled the windows and broke the window panes 5 kilometers away.
Right.
Well, this happens to be understood. And the 200 cops who are analyzing the CCTV footages, I'm sure things will go forward. And the moment this is identified from the DNA analysis, whether who was the deceased person, but the picture seems to be very, very correct now and very, very clear that the storage of ammonium nitrate, the Pulwama module, the Faridabad safe house, and then the blast that it happens. Now, the I-20 car and the manner in which it changed hands, nobody can be given a clean chit as of now. Everybody who changed hands, because this car I-20 has an insidious story to narrate. And all those who changed hands, I'm sure the police would question their antecedents. And giving of SIM cards also is something not very natural, because you may recall that whenever SIM card changes hands, that has a different story, and there's much more explaining that needs to be given by those who exchange SIM cards and why. Everybody has a SIM card. Why exchange SIM cards? And if they did, there was a devious purpose, I dare say that.
Well, Vikram Singh ji, just stay on interesting part, the aspect that you brought. We'll see if Ishan is there. Lieutenant General D.B. Pandey is also with us on the broadcast. And viewers, we're going to stay continuously on this. Ishan, if you're through with us, can you just explain this whole SIM card aspect? What is the story behind the SIM cards? Whose SIM card was, who was using whose SIM card? Okay, we'll try and go to Ishan in a bit. Ananya is also with us. The legal aspect of it, the clauses and the sections that have now been invoked in the FIR. Will more sections be added? What's the kind of punishment that these perpetrators are going to look at? Aliases, accomplices, and also the main perpetrators.
Well, absolutely. The most stringent act as far as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act of the UAP has been kicked in. Section 16 and 18 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which goes up to, in fact, the death penalty is something that has been invoked as far as the FIR is concerned. Not only that, various sections of, in fact, the Explosives Act, since it was, in fact, a blast, have also been invoked by the Delhi Police's investigators. And very clearly, there has to be a very, very strong case that the Delhi Police would be building up as far as this blast is concerned. Right now, Anand, I am at the Lok Nayak Jayaprakash Hospital in the national capital, where these injured persons were actually brought, and in fact, those who had suffered casualties were also brought, because it is one of the nearest hospitals to, in fact, the site where this bomb blast had taken place. In fact, this whole investigation, as it's unfolding and as we have been discussing it since the very morning, many questions are still to be answered, and that is something, in fact, the investigators are going into whether and how this RDX was procured, what place was this RDX from, and in fact, more importantly, as to who is the person who was driving that particular vehicle, whether there was, in fact, the Faridabad module people who were actually involved. Is it the same Umar who is connected to the Faridabad module, and how all of the chain of events line up is something that the Delhi police would actually be investigating and would be putting forth in its charge sheet or the documents that it would be filing in the next few months, because it would be a very, very crucial charge sheet. Each and every aspect has to be maintained. And as far as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act is concerned, it's a very, very stringent act. Almost, you can take a police custody remand of over 30 days in one go. So that would, in fact, be a little beneficial for the investigators in order to turn out and to see as to what this whole criminal conspiracy was and how this tragic incident actually took place. Anand.
Right. Thank you for that, Ananya. Viewers, we try and put out a flow chart for you for this entire Pulwama Connect that's building up. And it's circumstantial evidence, links, and also connects. The one missing link, perhaps the most important one, is this person who's driving that terrorist, is that Dr. Umar? Was he the one who was driving the car? And that's the connection with the entire, that then seals the connection with the Faridabad module. That's the most important part. This car was bought by someone in Pulwama. The car was given to someone who's also in that 2 to 3 kilometer radius. Is that Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module? That's the big question the agencies will want to answer. And were there more people inside the car, or was he the lone driver? But what's boggling me, viewers, is 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. this car was parked at Red Fort. 4 minutes after this car starts moving, it explodes. What happened there? Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8 and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay. Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for now, for giving us all those details from outside N18L Hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur, as well as Arunima, covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now, look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars are which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see that craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had around the adjoining areas on the ground, and of course as far as the cars were concerned, in which, as we now learn, 11 people have been killed and more than 20 injured. Arunima is at the Red Fort area. Arunima, early morning visuals, if you can get for us, what do you see around you so that we can get an assessment of what really could have been an impact of the blast?
So the entire stretch that leads you to the blast site has been barricaded. Right behind me is barricade and police deployment, and this is...
Right, big news, and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid, and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module. The bus, Dr. Umar was on the run. He was at large. Was he the person? Is he now the person who was driving the car? Do the upper facial features match the person who's sitting with the face mask driving the car at the toll gate at Badarpur border? Is this is Dr. Umar, a big exclusive here at CNN News 18, that this is Dr. Umar. We try and show this, the first picture. Anshul now joining us with more. Anshul, we now have a picture of Dr. Umar of Faridabad. He's suspected to be driving the vehicle. Is he the same person? That's what needs to be established. Who is he? What are the authorities now exploring? Is there a clear picture of him in any of the CCTVs when he's taking off the face mask?
Well, yes, there is one picture that the police has gotten. This is a pretty clear picture that has been accessed by the Delhi police, and that is the reason why the suspicion has now the entire suspicion has now gone on Dr. Umar, as he could be the person who was driving the vehicle. At this point in time, the Delhi police is still trying to double check this entire situation and make sure that once the DNA reports are out, then it would be evidently clear that if at all this is Dr. Umar, because that is the only evidence that is left that can actually go ahead and prove the involvement of Dr. Umar in this entire matter. So definitely, this is one thing that is still being looked into by the Delhi police. His DNA samples are being sourced from Kashmir, is what we have been told, because Dr. Umar himself is a Kashmiri and was working over here in the same Al Falah University for the past at least 2.5 years, is what we are being told. But he, along with Dr. Kapil and the woman doctor who has been arrested, all of them were were a part of the same group, and that is the reason why Dr. Umar was being searched after over the past 7 to 8 days by the Faridabad police and the Jammu Kashmir police. Now, this photo that has come to the fore, the CCTV footage that has come to the fore, this actually tells the police that this could actually be Dr. Umar himself, and that is the reason why now the DNA samples are being collected from his family back in Kashmir, and then
Is there an earlier picture of Dr. Umar that the authorities have to link it with the CCTV footage or the CCTV picture that they have got to establish that the person who's part of the Faridabad module, Dr. Umar, who was working with the lady doctor and also the other Dr. Kafil or Dr. Muzammil, how you'd call him, and the person driving the I-20, they are the same? Do they have two separate pictures to match it?
There is an older picture that was taken by Faridabad police and Jammu Kashmir police from Al Falah University, where he was employed as an educator over there, and from there they have gotten an older picture of Dr. Umar, and they are being matched at this point in time. But only the conclusive evidences will only come out once the DNA samples are also matched, and that could take another 24 hours to happen. So in the next 24 hours, it would be abundantly clear with evidences, if at all this entire blast that has happened in the national capital, if at all these has links to the terror module that was busted in Faridabad yesterday itself.
Right. So we're going to freeze that picture. Anshul, just stay with us on the phone. We're going to freeze this picture, viewers, and have a look at this. This person who's driving the car, kad kathi se, and with the facial match, it's not easy to determine, but are there similarities with the Muzammil, with the Umar, Dr. Umar face grab? And the person who's seen crossing, driving that I-20. That needs to be established. That's what they will do. As per the law, as per the Nyaya Sanhita, you have to have scientific evidence. It's not just that you watch the pictures. You have to have scientific evidence, a DNA or a blood sample, something that confirms scientifically 100% that they are the same people. But there is an earlier picture which we will also try and access and try and show it to you from the Al Falah University of Dr. Umar, and match it with this picture and see if these are the same people. There is also a CCTV picture, so clearly he's taken off. He's wearing the face mask when at toll gates, perhaps conscious that there could be cameras that could capture him, and then taking it off where he believes there aren't CCTVs, but over 50 CCTVs across Delhi. So has there been a picture of his face clearly captured? And when they are matched, are they the same people? Now, there is also more news coming through. This is suspected to be Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module. Part of a hand suspected to belong to this driver has been recovered. DNA sample of his family in Kashmir is being taken to ascertain identity beyond doubt. So the investigation is moving at a very, very fast pace. Arunima Goy joining us. So there are a severed limb has been recovered. From there, DNA will be extracted. It will be matched with the family which is based in Jammu and Kashmir, and then they will be matched. Arunima, we try and go to her in a bit to get you more details. So clearly now the Faridabad module connect with the Red Fort blast closer to being established beyond doubt. The person who was driving the car is the person who was absconding, and the authorities were chasing and on the hunt for the last week, ever since the first arrest was made back in Pulwama. So kudos to the Jammu and Kashmir police for being relentless in their pursuit, coming down to Delhi because they traced the movements. The Haryana police getting involved because the bust happened in, the raids happened in Faridabad. The Delhi police getting involved because of what happened at Red Fort. All authorities, all agencies working together, but it all originated with that thorough investigation and that bust which happened in Pulwama via the Jammu and Kashmir police. Arunima now joining us. Arunima, so the big development now, Muhammad Umar or Dr. Umar seems to be the person who was driving the car, who's also part of the Faridabad module. Now you are saying that there is a severed limb that's been recovered of the driver, and that will establish the DNA, help establish the DNA.
Yes. Yes, that's right. You know, behind me, you see Rajesh is just showing you that green bag that the police constable is carrying. That green bag is full of evidence. So the process of picking up evidence, body parts, parts of the vehicle is still on. And as this process is going on, they're taking it inside. The forensic team is working. Most of the evidence is being transported to the forensic science laboratories. Also the NSG's post-blast data center. But as far as Muhammad Umar or Dr. Umar is concerned, what police sources are confirming to me that the man seen driving the car, who has been caught on CCTV camera, his identity has now been established. Prima facie, it seems he is Dr. Umar. Now, the severed limb that has been found in one of the main vehicle, which is damaged, the rear end of the vehicle is damaged. But I reported a short while ago that from the front side, body parts have been recovered. DCP North confirmed that to us as well. Now it seems that one part of the limb has been found, and that is being sent for DNA testing. Dr. Umar's family in Kashmir has been contacted. DNA samples are being taken from there for the DNA match to happen. And the agencies and the police officials involved are more or less convinced that Dr. Umar was the one driving, but this scientific evidence will prove it conclusively beyond doubt.
Yes, it does, and it's a big development, this, viewers, as things are moving at a very fast pace. In about 45 minutes, or in fact at least about 40 minutes from now, the Home Minister is going to take a high-level security review meeting, because there are many questions that are unanswered, and we will have to focus on that. Umar's family's DNA, Dr. Umar's family DNA is also being taken to match it with the limb, that severed limb that's been recovered. Somewhere the dots are now connecting, and connecting beyond doubt, viewers, and this is quite diabolical. It's a big bust. It's a big bust, viewers. We'll try and go to Lieutenant General DP Pandey and Vikram Singh ji also, compelled to take a very short break. We come back also with the story of those who have lost their loved ones, who are praying for the recovery, speedy recovery of their loved ones. Siddhant Mishra has spoken to some of the families of the deceased and also those who are injured. We get you that side also, because terror always hurts innocents. And that's what's happened here too at Red Fort. But let's also pray and also give a silent salute, or a big warm salute, to our forces, because it could have been far greater had this 3 tons of explosive material and that bust of the Faridabad module not happened. So let's also look at the brighter side, or perhaps the silver lining amidst this blast at the Red Fort. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. 8 have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now, the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So, in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8 and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay. Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for now, for giving us all those details from outside N18L Hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur, as well as Arunima, covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now, look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars are which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see the craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
A tragic explosion near the Red Fort metro station Monday evening has sent shockwaves across the national capital. At 6:55 p.m. last evening, a Hyundai i20 car suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and leaving several others injured. The powerful blast sparked off a massive fire, damaging nearby vehicles. The Delhi police have registered an FIR under stringent sections of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. It is now officially being termed as a terror act. For murder, for conspiracy, a massive investigation has now been launched. In a major development, the Delhi police have traced the vehicle. It has been traced back to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, and also they've now released a picture of a man suspected to be Dr. Umar. This is the first picture of Dr. Umar, who is suspected to be the lone suicide bomber, the man who drove that car, that I-20 car, which crossed into Delhi from Faridabad, from the Badarpur border early morning yesterday, and was seen roaming around that vicinity of the Red Fort area. It was parked in the Red Fort car parking for about 3 hours, and then just moments before the blast, it was taken out from the parking and it was driven around that area at the red light, at the traffic signal just outside gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station. At 6:55, this car detonated. There was a lone driver suspected to be inside. The man, Dr. Umar, that's the picture that's been put out by the Delhi police. This car itself, it was originally registered in Gurugram. It has an HR26 registration, which is the Gurugram RTO. It's owned by a man named Mohammed Salman. He bought it in 2014, more than 10 years ago. The car had changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq, again traced back to a village in Pulwama. The first owner, Mohammed Salman, says he has nothing to do with this. He had been detained by the police yesterday for questioning. In fact, the police also suspect that it changed hands on multiple occasions without proper transfer or ownership papers. Now the central agencies are probing whether there's a possible terror link with this Pulwama connection. This Dr. Umar, whose image has been put out by the police now, he is allegedly the one who was inside the car, who was driving the car. There is separately the CCTV footage that has been retrieved from last night. Now it is up to the police and the investigators to patch together both the CCTV footage and the photograph of Dr. Umar and come to a conclusion whether it is the same person who was driving the car which eventually caused that blast at the Red Fort, leaving 8 people dead. Now, Delhi police sources have confirmed that the car, which has changed hands 4 times since 2014, it was first bought by a man named Mohammed Salman, who's a resident of Haryana. This was back in March of 2014. Salman, who is now under arrest, was the original owner of the vehicle. Later, he sold that car to a man named Devendra, who then passed it on to another man named Sonu. Sonu, in turn, sold the car to a gentleman named Tariq. He is the 4th supposed owner of this car, but the police also have reason to believe that the transfer and ownership has not been done legally, it's not been done properly. This Tariq has been traced back as a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. Officials say that the vehicle's ownership was never fully transferred from one owner to the other. These transactions, the police have reason to believe, were done illegally through a Faridabad-based car dealer. So it's changed hands multiple times in the last 10 years. But this car was seen roaming around the vicinity of the Red Fort area for a number of hours before being parked for 3 hours before the blast. And just moments before the blast, it was taken out of the parking lot and it was driving up just outside the metro station, the Red Fort metro station, at just 5 minutes before 7 o'clock last evening. That's when the detonator went off, the car exploded, leading to the deaths of 8 people. So let's track that Hyundai i20, which is at the center of this Delhi blast that happened outside the Red Fort, and piece together the route that the car took through the city. And it reveals some key moments, some key timings from the CCTV footages as well. The car was first captured near the Kashmiri Gate station. It was seen moving through large parts of the old Delhi area, through places like Daryaganj, Suneri Masjid, and finally, a little before 7 p.m. in the evening, it was spotted in the Red Fort area. And in the Red Fort area, it had been lying parked in the parking lot for about 3 hours. And just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening, the car then was seen coming out of the parking lot and moving towards gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station. The question also remains, what happened in that gap, in that 3-4 hours? Who left the car there? Why was that car left there? And why did this person, whoever was driving the car, who is thought of to be the suicide bomber, why did he come back and drive the car out at exactly the time that he did? Investigators are also tracking the Hyundai i20's connection with the Delhi blast, and they have pieced together some of the key moments with timestamps from the CCTV footage. Like I said, it was seen driving through large parts of Old Delhi, from Kashmiri Gate to Suneri Masjid, and finally the Red Fort, where it was parked between 3 o'clock and 6:45 in the evening yesterday. And then a little past 6:45, the car is seen driving out of the parking lot. Sources have also confirmed that 50 different CCTV cameras across various areas have recorded visuals of the vehicle and one person driving that car. Whether that person is Dr. Umar, we don't know yet. That is something that the investigators will have to piece together. We have more breaking details on the investigations and what they are currently focused on. They are focused on the missing 7 or 8 hours. It was seen entering the National Capital Region, entering Delhi through the Badarpur border at 8 a.m. And then it has been seen passing through multiple locations in Old Delhi. The car then entered at 8 a.m. and the police have tracked its movements once again starting at 3 p.m. in Old Delhi. Where the car went, who all the driver met, and what occurred in those 4 or 5 hours after it entered Delhi is a key question that investigators are trying to piece together. Across to Arunima, who's joining us live from the Red Fort. Ankur is also joining us. Ankur, do we know what further details the police have? First of all, are they able to establish whether the lone person who was driving the car yesterday, who caused the blast, is the same as Dr. Umar, whose images have now been released? And secondly, what about these missing hours? After 8 a.m., I believe the next CCTV footage that is clearly available is from 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the car is seen entering the parking lot outside Red Fort Metro Station.
So now Zaka investigators are focusing on those 7 to 8 hours which are now missing. So according to the sources, they have now gathered the CCTV footages starting from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. till the time when the blast took place. So before that, the car entered from Badarpur border area, and after that it vanished. So now the investigators are collecting the CCTV footages of that particular multiple roads are connecting and reaching, making this place this thing. So now the investigators are basically focusing on the different aspects of the investigation. Primary focus is the missing 7-8 hours, and importantly now the forensic team has also widened its scope. Now they are picking up, if I tell my VJ Umesh to show you that now the forensic team has gone to that auto which is parked that area, and the spot which is almost opposite to this particular area. It is almost 500 meters radius which is now under forensic department. Forensic team are taking multiple things from different areas, and now they have widened the scope of their investigation. They are picking up different items from this blast site, and certainly they are also not relying on a specific thing. They are also relying on multiple aspects which are which can be a crucial evidence during the investigation. Back to you.
Let me also go across to Arunima, who has more on this. Arunima, so I think the central thing that investigators need to crack is match the person, the individual who's there on the CCTV footage, who you can see from the front door window. You can see parts of his face, and whether they can match that to the image of this Dr. Umar that's been released by the police. How far do you think they've got to establishing that? Do we know for certainty that this is the individual concerned and there was only one person at the car at the time that the blast happened?
So this is a multi-agency probe that is going on. Even though Delhi Police is the one who's the primary investigators, Delhi Police Special Cell has been on ground. But there is Jammu and Kashmir Police, there is the Central Intelligence Bureau, there is the Haryana Police and the National Investigation Agency. So they're all putting together the information that they have as they move further. And based on that joint information sharing, they firmly believe that it is Mohammed Umar, Dr. Umar in fact, whose picture we are seeing, who was caught on the CCTV as he was coming out of the parking lot minutes before the explosion happened here. Now, one part of a limb has been found inside the charred vehicle, and that has been sent for DNA testing. His family in Jammu and Kashmir has already been contacted for DNA sample. So if the DNA is conclusively established, then the suspicion that it was Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module who was responsible for the Red Fort blast, that will be beyond doubt. The other thing that they are also probing is that whether Dr. Umar was alone in the vehicle or not. If you see the CCTV footage, it is not very clear if anybody else is accompanying him. However, eyewitnesses told media yesterday that they thought there were at least 3 people in the car. Now, when I put this question to the probe officials, what they're saying is, and this has been confirmed by Delhi Police Commissioner as well, that at that red light where you now see deployment of RAF, at that red light, the vehicle started moving very slowly, and it was a very crowded evening. So the police officials who are probing are not ruling out the possibility that other occupants of the car could have stepped out. If there was anyone else in the car, they could have stepped out at some point. But only further investigation will establish this beyond reasonable doubt. At this stage, they are only confirming that Dr. Umar's role seemed to be more or less clear based on the CCTV, based on the input they have picked up from Kashmir and the intelligence input that they have after the Faridabad probe has been on. Umar was absconding. Officials say that he was the one who got radicalized while on an encrypted platform. But who was his handler? How did he procure the explosive? All of that is a matter of investigation.
I also want to go across to a piece of breaking news that's coming through, and my colleague Ishan is reporting on this. So this Dr. Umar has been identified as the one who was possibly the suicide bomber who was driving this I-20 car, HR 267674, which caused the blast. Now we have information from Pulwama where reportedly the two brothers of this man, Dr. Umar, and his mother have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Let me go across to Ishan with more details on this. Ishan, what do we know about the antecedents of this man, Dr. Umar? What is his connection to this other person, Tariq, who I believe is also hailing from Pulwama? And the latest information that you have shared, that both his brothers and his mother have also been detained by the police.
Well, Zaka, let me decode for our viewers the Pulwama connection to Delhi bombing, how it really has possibly transpired and the connections that are being joined by the investigating agencies right now. There are three people who have been picked up since yesterday. One is Tariq. The guy who's not in the picture is not Tariq, but his name is Amir Rashid and Umar Rashid. These are two brothers working as electrician and plumber in Pulwama. Now, this entire Pulwama connection is within the radius of 3 to 5 kilometers. Dr. Umar is from Pulwama, who was working in GMC Anantnag, the Government Medical College in Anantnag, from where initially from Dr. Adil's, former, because he was also working at Anantnag. So from his particular residence in Anantnag Hospital, an AK rifle was recovered, and this Dr. Umar was also working in the same hospital in Anantnag. So that gives you a clue that this does have possibly the connection of Faridabad, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir and what we have seen unfold. Because he was also working in Anantnag GMC, Dr. Umar was also there, Dr. Adil, who was initially picked up on hose posting of posters, the entire thing blew up, but it could have been a massive attempt to destabilize the rest of the country by carrying out further IEDs hadn't the J&K police acted initially. But Dr. Umar is the one who's suspected to be sitting in the vehicle. He's not at home. His brothers, two brothers and mother have been picked up for questioning last night. So this means now that 6 people have been detained. Umar and Amir are different people, and possibly it was Amir who made the purchase of the vehicle and later on handed it over to Umar for further whatever he wanted to do. Whether he had an idea what he wanted to do, we don't know yet, but the family says he has never informed them he has gone outside Jammu and Kashmir for any work. So there are multiple connections emerging where Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid, plumber and electrician brothers have been picked up, except for them Tariq, who under whose name possibly the SIM card of Amir was, and except for them Umar's family is also being questioned, who is a doctor, has worked in GMC Anantnag, has done his MBBS from GMC Srinagar and then had done MD and was working in that university in Faridabad. And this vehicle, when I checked yesterday about his challan that had been done, his challan was done by the for traffic violation in Faridabad just in September month. So that tells you there are a lot of clues and leads that this could be possibly a case which is linked to the busting of this inter-state module which was done by J&K police along with Haryana and UP police. But yes, arrests have been made, detentions are there, and there are further questioning going on to establish the entire link.
So here is another interesting aspect that Ishan has just brought out. So there is a link between Dr. Umar and Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were part of this Faridabad module, who were of course picked up. And yesterday there was this massive revelation. They had both had a connection with GMC Anantnag, and of course they were also in this Al Falah clinic and hospital where they were working. It was basis this Adil putting out some posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, etc., that the police were tipped off about this. And this is what led to the unraveling of such a massive terror module that was in operation. Thanks very much for that, Ishan. We'll try and come back to you for further details. So there are 3 individuals. There is Umar Rashid, there is Amir Rashid, and there is a man named Tariq, as well as, of course, the mother of Umar and Amir Rashid, who's also been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Their links with this Dr. Umar Nabi, who is allegedly the suicide bomber, who was the man inside this I-20 car and who blew it up at 6:55 p.m. last evening. That exact nature of connections are being established by the police even as we speak. But the fact that they went to GMC Anantnag is something that Ishan Wani has just informed us, and also that they were working in this Al Falah clinic and hospital in Faridabad. That's where the connection has been established. I want to go across to our guests as well. There's also more breaking news that will be lined up in just a moment, but Manik Jolly is joining us. Shashikant IPS, former DGP, is also joining us. Mr. Shashikant, are all the pieces of the puzzle now falling in place, between Dr. Adil and Muzammil, who were first picked up, and this whole, massive module got busted because of that, and then these other elements of this module, including this alleged suicide bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, it is thought, and the Delhi police will weigh in on this, but it is thought that it was the busting of the Faridabad section of this module that led Umar Nabi to do what he did yesterday, blow up. Maybe in panic, we don't know, but certainly the busting up of this module in Faridabad led him to believe that the cops were hot on his trail, and he did what he did yesterday, in which that blast claimed 8 lives. Mr. Shashikant.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. It already, since yesterday, it had all the trappings of a very well planned, and I don't know, executed, whether it was a sudden panic which led to this blast or whatever it is, but it had all the trappings of a very well planned terrorist attack, possibly a suicide attack. And it appears now the investigation will tell where exactly he was heading for. 2 questions. Like, the bomb was there, ammonium nitrate or whatever it was, there were no nails, no nothing. Did this group plan to assemble the bomb with the nails and all those things at a more crowded place, maybe very near the metro railway station? It's all a matter of investigation. It will come out. But yes, it's very well planned out, unfortunately, and very well executed. Again, unfortunately, terrorist attack. It is all the trappings. And I'm sure when these things happening now, 3 persons who are working at the government medical college out there, they all got sort of influenced by this stupid idea. That means that they had some handlers. I'm sure the further investigation will reveal who were the handlers, who were pulling on the strings. And yes, it has. And again, like I have been saying since yesterday, unfortunately, we have lots of sleeper cells.
Okay.
Every time it comes, what happened in in the Parliament House, everywhere, these guys had safe houses. There were handlers everywhere. Everything is well planned. It all points out very systematically to the presence of this very deep sleeper cells who were activated at the behest of their masters, whosoever they are, sitting across the border or wherever they are. I don't know. It will come during the investigation. But yes, it is so sorry for saying that. It was a failure, thanks to the J&K police, that they could get this inkling, and these persons were almost 3,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate was recovered. Otherwise, these guys would have created real havoc. And again, this alert has been sounded all over the country. In Calcutta, in Bombay, even in Punjab, all the districts are on alert. That means there is some information which shows that they're gonna.
I also want to ask Manik Jolly this. I think the former DGP made an excellent point. The fact that no detonators or wires or batteries or even shrapnel was found indicates to me that they got spooked by the fact that the Faridabad module was busted yesterday. Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil were picked up by the ATS, and that led these guys to panic. They drove it to the Red Fort area. It was in the parking lot outside Red Fort Metro Station from 3 p.m. till about 6:45 p.m. And then there is CCTV footage to show the car coming out of the parking lot a little past 6:45, and at 6:55, this blast goes off. Do you think, Major Manik Jolly, now the pieces are falling into place, that perhaps the plan was for a much bigger detonation, a much bigger and more damaging blast, but because the Faridabad module got busted, it seems like these guys were out on the run in panic?
Good morning, Zaka. Yeah, I totally agree. There's no doubt on that. This was a last moment panicked action that was taken place. And as you see the movement of car, one would try to hypothesize on this, that while he was trying to find where to hide or what to do next, this was guy alone in the car, he sat in the parking and waited for the peak traffic hours to start. And the missing of shrapnel is not actually a very big issue, because most probably if they have been using ammonium nitrate as their base So there's something called ammonium nitrate fuel oil. You mix the two and it causes a very big explosion. And when you are in traffic, you don't need shrapnels because if shrapnel are basically either steel balls or nails and all that, they'll get blocked by the cars anyway. So the glass and the plastic and the metal that shatters from the vehicles around becomes shrapnel anyway. So the fuel ANFO, ammonium nitrate fuel oil, causes such a massive explosion that the way the cars have been shattered and the way the glasses have broken even so far away, it means it was a very solid explosion. Now, coming to his plan, I totally agree with you and the DGP, sir, that obviously this would have been a planned and they would have kept it for a much bigger explosion. But at last moment, this guy thought whatever I can take because the linear progression of the investigation has been so precise that they keep getting one track after the other. And
Okay.
once they got the Faridabad warehouse, the mother lode, these guys knew they're coming for me. So he tried to do whatever he could in the last few hours. And he waited for the peak traffic hours, got into a near red light. And yes, Red Fort is a symbolic gesture also, if one wants to presume. It is where our PM stands and gives the speech. So one can draw conclusions from that. So
Okay,
this was like
Major,
that.
just give me a moment. We're getting more breaking news. CNN News 18 is now tracking the inside story of this Dr. Umar Nabi. Now we can confirm that he ran. He made a run after the raids in Faridabad that happened last morning. He got spooked. He made a run. The car is seen entering the Badarpur border into Delhi, into proper Delhi at about 8 a.m. There's CCTV footage to establish this. He escaped the moment he got news about the Faridabad raids. He escaped early in the morning, entered the Delhi border through Badarpur. Then there is some CCTV footage to show him passing through certain old Delhi localities like Suneri Masjid, Kashmiri Gate, etc. and finally entering the Red Fort metro station parking lot at about 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon. From about 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon till 6:45 in the evening, the car is parked and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put two and two together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning. And now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired. So kudos to our agencies there, but he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Suneri Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen, or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Azil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that. We have more breaking again on this car, the I-20 HR26 7674. The car inside which these explosives were packed and the explosion happened a little past 6:50 yesterday evening. This I-20 car, now details are emerging that it was registered under the name of Dr. Umar Nabi in 2018 in the Pulwama RTO. So you can see that it's mentioned Jammu and Kashmir, but somehow the registration number was not changed in the car. The old registration number of HR26 7674 continues. This is a 2018 sort of entry as far as the RTO records are concerned. Ankur has more details on this. So Ankur, it mentions Dr. Umar Nabi's name, but somehow the number of the car was not changed, and cops have reason to believe that the ownership papers were not fully transferred either.
Yes, certainly, Zaka. So this is the fourth transfer of a car, which was not done legally. And initially, the first time the car was bought by Salman in 2014 March 18. So after that, it transferred to Devinder, and Devinder transferred to Sonu, and Sonu finally sold it to Tariq. And Tariq is linked with the current suspect, who is Dr. Umar. So this whole chain of transfers suspectedly done because just to fool the investigators, that it may take time to investigators to finally find out who was driving the car. And importantly, the latest registration certificate shows that the car was registered in 2018 in Jammu. So certainly there are multiple inputs which have been gathered by intelligence and as well as investigation agencies. This car is basically the epicenter of the whole investigation, and after that the route which was taken by the driver of the car, which is suspected to be Dr. Umar, the route is also very crucial, because that is the part which is basically missing, and the Delhi police is basically checking all the CCTV footage. There are multiple roads which connects this part of the Delhi from Badrpur area. So they have to analyze all the CCTV footage to establish what route they took to reach North Delhi.
All right, Ankur, thanks for that. I also want to go across to Anand, who has more details on this registration. Now, interestingly, this is in 2018. The registration is shown as 7th March 2018. The car was bought in March 2014, but somehow the ownership or the transfer of papers did not entirely happen, because it was still registered to the original owner, Mohammed Salman, who was picked up yesterday from Haryana after the blast that happened. He said he sold the car many years ago, but you can see Dr. Umar Nabi's name there. Anand, you have more details on this. You have who Nabi is and where it's been registered, but somehow the ownership papers were not transferred.
Now, here's the case. There are 4 different owners, and the original registration remained. Was this a fake registration certificate? Because we've got colleagues in Jammu, they can answer this. Will a registration certificate at the top not have the seal of the local motor body? One. And registration is misspelled, Zaka, at the top. Registration is not spelled properly, the T is missing. That's one. Secondly, here look at how the serial number registration is read, name with parentage. Now, why would there be name with parentage? What has parentage got to do with the, it will be owner, name of the owner. It's not parentage. So why is this parentage? So that's farji, one. Second, look at this. It says Jan 27 GMC Srinagar. If the qualification and date thereof is MBBS Umar and Umar KMR, who's KMR? It is U. Kumar. Why is this being put here? And what is this whole logic of 2017 GMC? One. Secondly, what is the plate and place of registration? 703-2018 Jammu. 7th of March 2018 in Jammu. Why is a resident of Srinagar getting his registration certificate from Jammu? That's the first question. Second, permanent address is Koil, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Nobody puts Koil Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir as permanent address. You have to put the exact address details here. It cannot be Koil Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Then, date and time of generation is put as 6th of March 2020. So, if somebody is making a generation registration certificate, why will it be made 22 years later? 2018, 2020, and the time is written as 11:15:01 p.m. in the night. Which registration office works in the night? It's not even 11:15:01 a.m. It's 11:15:01 p.m. And place of generation is Jammu. Now, question is, this is somebody who's in Srinagar, and this itself shows, and I think to the common sense of our viewers that, and the authorities, they will know that this is a fake registration certificate. This is not genuine papers. So they were using a car with furgy papers for a long time. For what reason? And that's why, because it's not easy to trace. And I think this is what the white-collar terrorists were able to understand and surmise, that we can use papers, we can use, furgy papers, and perhaps fool the common public and perhaps the cops at the light and say, oh, I've got these details, because on face of it, it looks like a registration certificate, but it's actually not. So there's a fake details, and they were using a car which had dubious background and details. So it will go back to the original owner 10 years, 11 years ago, but in between who had the car, you will not be able to actually find out, because nobody can say that Umar Nabi is the same Umar Nabi that's been arrested today, or is it Umar Rashid? So we don't know. So I'm just saying these are fake. It looks fake. This registration looks fake on the face of it.
All right, Anand, we'll leave it at that. So clearly many question marks from this alleged registration certificate, which seems to point in the direction of Jammu and Kashmir in Pulwama, but then the ownership papers never got transferred. And of course, Anand pointing to the many discrepancies in this registration certificate itself. Mr. Shashikant and Mr. Manik Jolly are still with us. Mr. Shashikant, now what is going to be the focus of the investigators? How are they going to piece together the linkages between the alleged suicide bomber, Dr. Umar? They'll have to match facial recognition between the CCTV footage and his mugshot that's been released by the police, and also his linkages with the other members of this module. How are they going to establish this?
Well, to start with, I'd like to compliment your team. The kind of investigation you guys have carried out, hats off to that, really. You've exposed the entire thing to a great extent. Now the police is certainly gonna confirm that. And the second point is that, yes, now this thing has come up. Now investigation will go towards one thing, of course, his contacts, his group, etc. And who were the masterminds who were sort of indoctrinating these guys? And then again, what were the hideouts, where they were hiding, they had come, and what they were doing for 3 hours sitting in the car. What were they planning for the crowds to collect so that they could go in for maximum damage out there? These are small little points, but they are very important, and certainly they lead to conclusive proof that yes, it was a well-planned, badly executed operation. I'm using the operation with quotes, and that's what it is. I'm sure that police is gonna, with your help, with the kind of investigation report point that you are putting, I'm sure that police is gonna certainly use them very handy. Thanks to you.
All right, Mr. Shashikant, stay on with us, please. I'll also go across to Major Jolly in a second, but more breaking updates coming through on this story. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing a high-level meeting, a security review meeting at Kartavya Bhavan. It was supposed to happen at 9:30 this morning, but now we have word that this meeting will begin at 11 a.m. The Union Home Secretary will be part of the meeting. The Director of the Intelligence Bureau, the Delhi Police Commissioner, and the DG NIA will be attending this meeting as well. The DGP of Jammu and Kashmir will also be joining this meeting virtually. They will, of course, have to take a call on handing over the case to the NIA. Already sections of the UAPA have been invoked to formally declare this a terror attack. I want to go across to Arunima, who has more details on this. So what next in the high-level inquiry into finding out it's not just Dr. Umar, but who else was allegedly involved as part of this module and this car explosion that happened outside the Red Fort metro station last evening?
So 2-3 important points before the Home Minister. A, because there are multiple agencies involved, so coordination, whether sharing of information and coordination is happening perfectly and in real time. That will be question number one. Second, because Director of Intelligence Bureau will be there, the Kashmir group members will be there, multi-agency center, which is MAC, members who track MAC, and MAC is responsible for intelligence sharing. So all of them will be present in the meeting. So I think Home Minister will also see how is the intelligence being generated and how is the intelligence being acted upon. Now, this was a module which was already busted by the Haryana police and the Jammu and Kashmir police, so they were coordinating already. But in all of this, while the module was being exposed, one person who was absconding, it is suspected that Dr. Umar, who was part of that module, managed to carry out the Red Fort attack. So was there any gap as far as intelligence is concerned? That will be reviewed. How is the information being shared by multiple agencies? That will be on the agenda as well. And like you said, most importantly, since there are multiple states involved and possibly a link with Pakistan, because police officials are telling me that prima facie it seems that on an encrypted platform all these doctors got radicalized. So the effort is also on to look at who their online handler was. How did the handler help them procure the quantity of explosive? That is a big question before the police now. So that also will be before the Home Minister when the review goes on as to when, at what point should this case be handed over to the National Investigation Agency. Unofficially, NIA is already on board. Director General of NIA, Sadanand Date, will be part of this meeting as well. And Jammu and Kashmir DGP, because JK Police is playing a huge role and they feel this entire conspiracy, evidence suggests, was hatched in Kashmir. Dr. Umar is from Kashmir. Tariq, on record, he's the last owner of the car. He's from Pulwama. The other doctors also from, Anantnag. So therefore, Kashmir's involvement is also very important. And at this review meeting, all these aspects will be considered and decisions taken.
Major terror attack that happened in Delhi was outside the Delhi High Court. I think it was in 2011, so it's been more than 10 years. I want to go across to Ishan Vani as well, who was reporting a moment ago that 3 people have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and I believe the J&K DGP will also be part of the meeting chaired by the Home Minister a little later on this morning. Ishan, what do we know about these 3 individuals and what their connection is to Dr. Umar Nabi, who's now emerging as front and center to this investigation? He's possibly the suicide bomber who carried out the attack last night.
Zaka, I have the family of Dr. Umar with me, and you will see that they are saying that they are clueless about what they did. He was working as a private job. Umar क्या करते थे? वो डॉक्टर थे बाहर?
हाँ, डॉक्टर थे, वो प्रोफेसर था, वो पढ़ाता था।
जी।
बस
तो जो कुछ आपको पता चला, कुछ कभी कुछ ऐसा रहा?
ऐसी कोई बात है ही नहीं। वो इतना अच्छा था, सबों से घुल मिलता था, बच्चों के साथ प्यार से, ज़्यादा बच्चों के साथ वो अटैच था, बहुत प्यार करता था बच्चों के साथ।
तो कब वो यहाँ से दिल्ली गए काम करने के लिए, यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ पढ़ाते थे?
वो पिछले 3 साल, शायद 2 साल हो गए उसे वहाँ, शायद 2 साल, ज़्यादा पता नहीं। आज तो पहले ही दिमाग बंद पड़ा है, कुछ या समझ में भी नहीं आता है, याद भी नहीं है क्या बोले।
तो फिर कल पुलिस आई क्या शाम?
हाँ, शाम को, रात को 10 बजे आई थी, 10:30
पौने 4 बजे। फिर इनकी माँ और इनके जो 2 भाई हैं,
हाँ, वो पहले ही इनको ले गए थे 10 बजे। माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ, हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
So Zaka, this is the immediate family of Dr. Umar, who are saying that they had no clue about, if he had any role or if he had anything to do with any of these activities. But he was a doctor. This is his house that we are inside right now. And this is a small house located in Pulwama. This is a few kilometers away from where we were reporting earlier. And the woman we just spoke to is the wife of his brother. And you will notice that this small area around this place is where Dr. Umar lived, and few years back, as his family has pointed out, that he moved out of Kashmir Valley to pursue a job there. And my VJ will be able to show you, this is the residence of Dr. Umar. Police has thoroughly searched the entire house since yesterday, and they have been trying to ensure that they are able to bring those clues and leads together so that they could establish the crime. But the family is in shock. Most of those who could be possibly related to the family have been taken into custody, and the further investigation is underway. But as we spoke to his family, they are saying that they had no clue about if he was going to do any of this incident, this sort of nature. He has never had any kind of radicalization in his mind, and he was never radicalized, and he was always friendly to people. But the fact is that today, the path that Umar has chosen is something which has shocked the family, though the investigation is underway. This entire episode of Pulwama is there because, one, this entire area where the people have been picked up is within the radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. One. Two, this doctor, Umar, was also working in the same hospital where Dr. Adil was working, who was first seen pasting the posters on the outskirts of Srinagar, and later on an AK-47 rifle was recovered from his Anantnag hospital where he was working earlier. So both of them were working in the same hospital. So that's why all the Faridabad, UP and Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir links are being right now connected, and the investigation is underway to find if they could find any further leads and if there are any further people who could be part of this group or planning to carry out any attack.
All right, Ishan, thanks for that, and we'll be in touch with you as and when we have further details. So it's very clear the pieces of the puzzle are now falling into place. Dr. Umar Nabi was closely connected with Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, both of whom were busted as part of the Faridabad module. And then when that happened early morning yesterday, he got wind of it. He escaped from Faridabad. The car is seen entering the Delhi border through Badarpur on the outskirts of Delhi at 8 a.m. At about 3 o'clock, a little past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the car is seen entering the Red Fort parking area, the Red Fort metro station parking area. The car lies idle in the parking area for about 3 hours, and then a little after 6:30 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot, and then at 6:55, the blast happens outside the Red Fort metro station. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more details and continuing coverage about the investigation into who this Dr. Umar Nabi is, the man who allegedly was the suicide bomber, the man who blew up his car outside the Red Fort metro station, leaving 8 people dead right in the heart of the national capital.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. 8 have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now, the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So, in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site, and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8, and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay. Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for now, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP Hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur, as well as Arunima, covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now, look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars are which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home.
The pieces of the terror module are falling in place. The man who seems to be front and center of the terror attack that happened in Delhi outside Red Fort metro station last evening has been identified as Dr. Umar Nabi. He hails from Pulwama. He is connected to the Faridabad link-up or the bust-up that happened yesterday with Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were caught running this warehouse which had kilograms and kilograms of explosive material, ammonium nitrate, as well as other material that is used in the creation of explosives. There is now a well-established link between Dr. Umar and these two individuals who were picked up. It is highly possible that after the bust-up that happened in Faridabad, Dr. Umar Nabi got word of it. He got spooked. In panic, he escaped from Faridabad. He managed to enter Delhi, and it's possible entirely that in a manner of panic, he detonated this at a little past 6 o'clock in the evening yesterday outside the Red Fort metro station. The investigators have to still piece together from the CCTV footage and the mugshot that they've released, the facial recognition features of both of those photographs, and establish that indeed it was this Dr. Umar Nabi who was driving that I-20 car, and also the linkages between Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were, of course, part of this Faridabad module, which was busted up early last morning. I want to go across to Arunima as well as Ankur, who's joining us. Dr. Shashikant is also continuing to be with us, former DGP. Arunima, so what is the linkage between this Dr. Umar Nabi and Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, whose sort of arrest it initially blew the lid of this Faridabad module? What is Dr. Umar Nabi's connection to that?
So they all went to the same college and had known each other while they were in Anantnag. And this is a module which, as per police officials, got radicalized on an encrypted platform. On this encrypted platform, there are groups from Pakistan which are looking out for possible, targets. So looks like this group of medical professionals joined this particular encrypted platform, and that's what they got radicalized. Now it's a matter of investigation as to how they procured the explosive. Some of the details are available with Jammu and Kashmir police and the Haryana police, but they're also probing further because assault rifles were made available to them. Was this part of the drone dropped consignment that comes from Pakistan via Punjab, or was this ammonium nitrate consignment locally procured? That is being investigated. But what police official tells CNN News 18 is that their suspicion is that Dr. Umar, who was an absconder, he developed cold feet after the Faridabad module was exposed, and Jammu and Kashmir police, in collaboration with Haryana police, went after all the doctors, all the medical professionals involved. So the suspicion is that Dr. Umar, because he already had a huge cache of explosive and he feared arrest, he decided to use the Red Fort area, which is heavily crowded, and the timing of around 6:55. It is being probed whether the initial target was the parking lot, but the chances of that, police officials say, could be slim because their number of casualties would have been lower. Most people park their car and leave. So they are working on that premise that he bid for his time, waited in the parking lot, and just before the crowd peaked on the stretch, which leads to Chandni Chowk. It's the wedding season. A lot of people finish their wedding shopping and come out in the evening. The Purani Delhi railway station is down this road as well. So the suspicion is that Dr. Umar waited for the right time time in the evening when the crowd is at its peak and then carried out the explosion. The CNG vehicle, the backside of it is completely damaged. So the suspicion is that the boot of the car carried the explosive, and the way it was engineered, it set off like an inflammable, like an incendiary device, setting on fire all the neighboring vehicles as well.
All right, I also want to get a word from Mr. Shashikant. You've seen numerous such, terror linkages, terror attacks that have happened in the past. The officials have invoked Section 16 and 18 of the UAPA, which deal with terror acts. But are we any closer to knowing, sir, whether this is the modus operandi of the Jaish-e-Mohammed or modus operandi of the Lashkar-e-Taiba? We have seen these car-driven suicide bombers employed by the Jaish in the past as well.
Yeah, we have seen this kind of thing, a number of places in the country, this kind of explosions have taken place. Everybody is aware of it. But what surprises me really is a person who is so well educated and nicely placed in life and is in the medical field could do it. And yes, like you rightly mentioned, that possibly in all probability he got spooked and he did it. Yes. But again, to my mind, what's the sinister thing is that if it was a suicide bomber, that means this thing is coming up again on the platform, on the scene after quite a number of years. This is the deadliest of the possible things. But these guys can really, what happened in Benson's case. There was also a suicide bomber out there. They can do maximum damage. You can't really imagine what they're doing. To my mind, the most sinister thing out here is that in case this person was a suicide bomber, then there's a red light. The blinkers should be on by this time that possibly what could happen, God forbid. And yes, I think remaining things I'll leave to the police because they have got all the links, and JNK police is also, they're doing good work. They are also they're also in touch with each other. I'm sure that they're going to not only solve this particular case, but they're ensured to guidelines can be evolved further how to deal with this kind of situation where suicide bomber possibly is at large, yes, around in the society. Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Shashikant, for joining us. But clearly, this should ring alarm bells. The last time we saw a major car-driven suicide attack was in Pulwama in 2019, and we know what happened after that. But this, like I said, investigators are still trying to piece together, but we have some definitive clues which suggest that Dr. Umar Nabi, who had studied in the GHMC Anantnag and who was associated with Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were picked up as part of the Faridabad module of this particular terror group that was operating. That must have happened yesterday early in the morning. Dr. Umar Nabi got wind of it. He panicked. He drove away from Faridabad, managed to escape into Delhi, and then either as a manner of panic or in a case of having well planned this and in a way to try and get rid of the explosives that he was running away with in that car, in that I-20 car, he detonated right outside the Red Fort metro station at 6:55 p.m. We'll have all the missing pieces of the puzzle. We'll try and put this together in a way that makes sense to our viewers. This is the biggest terror attack that Delhi has seen in over 10 years, and we'll be right on top of the coverage of this story. Quick break. We'll see you on the other side in a moment.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Shambura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module, and the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car, were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Oh, I honestly. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now, the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So, in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site, and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8, and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur as well as Arunima covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see that craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had around the adjoining areas on the ground, and of course as far as the cars were concerned, in which, as we now learn, 11 people have been killed and more than 20 injured. Arunima is at the Red Fort area. Arunima, early morning visuals, if you can get for us, what do you see around you so that we can get an assessment of what really could have been an impact of the blast?
So the entire stretch that leads you to the blast
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
Namaste, Jai Hind and good morning viewers. There has been significant amount of progress that's been made overnight into the investigation of the Red Fort blast in New Delhi and the connections with the entire Pulwama module that was busted in Saharanpur and Faridabad has now been very closely established, and the dots are connecting sooner than later. And it looks like the person who ran away or who escaped the arrest at the Faridabad module is the one who is driving the vehicle. That's now been identified as the I-20, and the person is Umar Nabi. Now, this tragic explosion near the Red Fort metro station on Monday evening has also sent shockwaves across the country. Around 6:52 p.m., as confirmed by the Delhi Police Commissioner Satish Golcha, a Hyundai I-20 suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and leaving several others injured. The Delhi police have registered an FIR under the UAPA Explosive Substances Act and the BNS or the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita sections for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. A massive investigation has now been launched. In a major development also, the Delhi police have traced the vehicle to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, originally registered in Gurugram 6 and owned by Mohammed Salman in 2014. The car had changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq in Pulwama village. The first owner, Mohammed Salman, has been detained for questioning. He facilitated the sales illegally without proper ownership transfer and documentation. Meanwhile, Umar Nabi's image has surfaced, an alleged suicide bomber, and is linked to the Faridabad terror module. The investigators have found an arm, a limb of the driver at the incident site, and they are now going to match the DNA extracted from that limb with the family of Umar Nabi, who have also now been detained, and then match it to establish that this is indeed Umar Nabi who was at the wheel of this car that was carrying the explosives. Interestingly, viewers, will show that details to you. This car entered Delhi at around 8 a.m. and then traversed all around Delhi, and it's established over 50 CCTV cameras that from 3:19 p.m. till 6:48 p.m. it was parked at the Red Fort car parking right outside the gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro, and then at 6:48 it starts moving, and at 6:52 the explosion happens there itself on this slow moving vehicle. So where was the perpetrator, the main perpetrator? The entire course that this car travelled has now been established. There is a 3-4 hour gap. Now investigators are now going to access the 3-4 hour gap before the contact or the visibility of this car is established. Over 200 police personnel have worked overnight piecing together CCTV footage to establish the presence of this car. And Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us this detail so far, that Umar Nabi got off at 3 p.m. and entered Red Fort via the Sunari Masjid and gate, and then he was present there before he comes back to this car at 6:48 p.m. and the car starts moving at 6:48 p.m. 4 minutes later, right on the road, slow moving at the signal itself, it explodes. Now, what happened there? What was the plan? Was the plan for a car bomb or a sticky bomb attack and not a suicide attack? Or did something go wrong? Did Umar Nabi want to move explosive material somewhere else? Or was he running away and he knew that the investigators are hot on their heels? Jammu and Kashmir police, Haryana police, special cell, NIA, everybody's gotten involved. But JK police were the ones who started the investigation. First up with a crackdown 7 days ago when Dr. Azil was arrested. His connections were seen in Saharanpur, and then he was seen in Pulwama, and he was picked up from there. And that's when they stumbled upon this entire module, which had about 3 tons, 3,000 kilograms of explosive making material, ammonium nitrate, that was recovered from the Faridabad warehouse. So that module connected to this Red Fort via this person on your screen, that is Umar Nabi. Who is this person? Was he a close associate of Dr. Azil, Dr. Muzammil, and also the lady doctor? They all worked at the same hospital facility. They were all connected with each other. The owners of the car, Tariq, the 2 brothers, Amir and Muzammil. Now, Amir is the one who's seen taking the key, the symbolic key, on behalf of Tariq. Why did he do that? electrical plumbing guys. We'll get to those details too. Investigators focusing on the missing 7-8 hours too. They entered the car, entered Delhi through the Badarpur border at 8 a.m. Like I said, cops have tracked the movements starting 3 p.m. in North Delhi, where the car went, whom the driver went, and also what occurred in that gap. This is the question. Between 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., where was this car? They're trying to find that out because from 3 p.m. they can locate it. 3:19 it enters the Red Fort area, parks there till 6:48 p.m. and then the driver gets into the car, starts driving slowly, comes out, comes to the signal, boom. That's where the explosion happens. What happened there? What was the plan? Were they running? Were they hiding? Were they looking for a place? Or did they plan a sticky bomb attack or a car bomb attack and they did not go off? Or were they looking at other options? Or was it a planned suicide bomb attack when the traffic is heavy? We have to piece together, or the investigators have to piece together that information. But clearly, the Pulwama origins, the Faridabad module and the Red Fort attack, they all seem to be connected, part of the same group of white-collar terrorists. That's another issue that the investigators now need to face and address. Anshul joining us live. He's connected. He's joining us from the Royal Car Zone, Faridabad. That's where this entire exchange happens, the key exchange. Arunima is there at Red Fort. She is joining us live at this point. The car was purchased at this place. That is at the showroom in Faridabad. We'll go to Anshul there first. Ankur Sharma is also joining us from Red Fort. And Ishan, he is in Pulwama at the Sambura village, where he's pieced very interesting pieces that how Amir, the person seen in the picture, actually not the owner, he's collecting the keys on behalf of Tariq. Why did he do that? Why did he come all the way to Faridabad to pick up this car? Question has to be answered. What is their connection? Amir, Tariq, Umar, their connection with Umar Nabi and Azil. They all live in a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers in Pulwama. That's what Ishan has got us. So, piecing together all the angles and putting the entire jigsaw together like nobody else is doing. That's what we are doing here at CNN News 18, bit by bit, brick by brick, put this all together for our viewers to understand how complex this plan was, how far back did they go to try and execute this, and what was their intent, where all and what all were their targets and in what time period. We'll get to all of that too. But first to Anshul. Anshul, we've got more details. There's confirmation of Amir at the person with the car dealer who's taking that key. He's not Tariq, he's Amir. And Amir's picture from Pulwama has also been sourced by Ishan, and we'll put that out in a bit. But who's this car dealer who illegally sold this car without proper paperwork? Has he also been arrested?
Well, yes, the car dealer has now been taken into detention and he is being questioned at this point in time. In fact, he was taken at approximately 9 p.m. from this very location. This is the Royal Car Zone, and Manish Patel is said to be the owner. Manish Patel is said to be the owner of this entire car zone, and he was the person who, in fact, went ahead and sold this car illegally to Amir, who was initially being seen as Tahir. If I could just show you around in the visuals over here, this is the entire parking lot in which the used vehicles are or second-hand vehicles are being sold from over here. But at approximately 9 p.m. yesterday, Manish Patel, who is the owner of this Royal Car Zone, in fact, he was taken into custody by the Delhi police, and he is now being questioned over the last 12 hours. If you could see this area as well, the locks have been placed as well. So somewhere or the other, the Delhi police is still trying to figure things out, that how why did actually Manish Patel decide to go ahead and sell this vehicle to someone without a proper background check when the said person did not have proper documents, and that is the reason why the RTO transfer that was supposed to happen, that also did not happen. Did he take some money from them, or was he or did he knew that something like this was happening, and was he also a part of plan? This is something that is being looked into. But at this point in time, Manish Patel, who is the owner of Car Zone, Royal Car Zone over here in Faridabad, he has been detained and he is being questioned by the Delhi police over the last 12 hours.
Who is currently, is that area currently closed? What has this person, Manish Patel, revealed to the authorities so far? They do take a picture. Now, we were just doing this quickly before we go back to Anshul. Now, look at this. Look at this. This is Amir Rashid. This is Amir Rashid in Pulwama with his brother Umar Rashid. These are the two brothers. Let's try and zero in on this face. This is Amir Rashid getting the key. Initially, everybody thought this is Tariq. No, it's not Tariq. So, Ishan Wani getting us this confirmation that this is Amir. This person here, He's the one here in this picture. We'll get you a clearer picture. These are moving visuals, but we get it. So you see, these are both the same people. Amir Rashid here getting the key, and Amir Rashid here standing with his brother. Let's go to Ishan to understand who is Amir Rashid and who are Umar Rashid. What do they do in Pulwama and what is their connection? What is that? This is the still picture, right? So this is Amir Rashid. You can recognize him. They're clearly the same as this person standing close to the wall. These are the two. This is Amir Rashid. This is Umar Rashid. They are the two brothers to whom the origins were traced that they know, or perhaps that is Tariq's house. Then you realize that these two brothers are actually friends of Tariq, who actually was the on paper owner of this car now, current owner of this car. Tariq is a tipper driver. Now, Tariq should have been the one collecting the key, but it is Amir who's collecting the key. Why is Amir collecting the key is a question. And that's exactly what his family is also asking. Amir's family say, we have no clue. How is it that this guy was there in Faridabad, all the way from Pulwama, comes to Faridabad to pick up this key on behalf of Tariq, and why? Let's go to Ishan and understand this. Ishan, explain this to our viewers, and also Ishan, explain to our viewers what is the three of them, their connection with Umar Nabi and Dr. Azil. Yes.
Well, Anand, first we have to understand that this entire episode is about 5 to 6 kilometers of radius in Pulwama. Now, for the clarity of our viewers, to give an understanding what really has happened since yesterday, post that attack has taken place. There is a name of Dr. Umar Rashid, which has come up, who was working and had left GMC Anantnag. Remember, GMC Anantnag is the same premises, Government Medical College Anantnag, from where Dr. Adil, the first person who was arrested in this case, when he was pasting posters on the outskirts of Srinagar. And just yesterday, when we thought the case is over and the hunt is only on for Dr. Umar, that's when yesterday night an untoward incident took place. You see these brothers over here on the screen, the pictures we are flashing. This is Umar, and this is his brother. This is Amir, and this is his brother Umar. And this is the one you have been seeing since yesterday of the picture purchasing and holding the key. He's a plumber, and his brother is an electrician. They have both been picked up. Now, further what happened is, after possibly they were friends with also Tariq. Tariq is a guy on whose name, Amir's SIM card is registered. And when he possibly purchased that card, he gave that number to the car seller person. And that's why yesterday you saw the picture of Amir, but the name of Tariq emerged. But the main person in all of this is this person called Dr. Umar, who has possibly and allegedly for now carried out this attack. This is the house of Dr. Umar, where his family, his brother and mother have been picked up for questioning. The last time his mother was able to speak to him was on Friday, when he told them that they were busy in the library, so she should not call him at all. And the family says that the mother was worried about him, so that's why she would make frequent calls in day or in a couple of days. But later on, his phone was found to be switched off for a couple of days. Family had gotten worried, but because he had assured them that he's busy in the library in the university, so he wouldn't be able to take the call, maybe that's why he has turned off his phone. And the family says that his behavior never showed that he is inclined towards any of these activities, and they're unable to contact him. His two brothers, his mother have been taken in for questioning. 6 people in total since yesterday have been detained, including those who have had links with them or whose numbers and car purchase have happened. And possibly what our sources are indicating to us that this doctor group was able to provide money to Amir Rashid to purchase the car, and then further it was handed over to Dr. Umar on whose further instructions, and who later on tried to carry out
Amir Rashid gets money from
the Red Fort.
Amir Rashid gets money from Umar and these doctors. He takes Tariq's phone and gives Tariq's number to confuse, so that the trail gets confused and there is no proper documentation. The registration certificate itself is a fake document. We'll get to that also, why this registration certificate that we've procured and that's doing the rounds with Umar Nabi's name there is actually fake document. But Ishan, you spoke to the sister-in-law. What did they have to say?
She said that he never showed any behavioral issues, particularly towards any radicalization, any such, when stone pelting or clashes would happen here, he would never go out or participate in them. And he was mostly in love with kids, the kids they had in the family. He was closely knitted with the family. He decided to leave his job at GMC Anantnag and move to out of Jammu and Kashmir to pursue some other career in that university. But that was his personal decision. But the family says that they never expected such a move to happen, and police coming at their doorstep, and they are even shocked. So this tells you that even if you're being closely monitored by the family, so you don't know what's happening, and that's the level of radicalization that has taken place in a couple of years, and that's why a lot of alarm has been, bells have been ringing from a couple of years, and experts have been saying that there needs to be a deeper thinking to how to basically take things into control. Particularly, we see what Dr. Umar has done, but the family is in shock. They have no clue what really he did, how did it happen. He had no inclination towards all these things, and suddenly he turned out, to be possibly what we are looking at, an attacker who blew that car and carried out attack in Red Fort. But for now, family is in shock. There is only sister-in-law who is at home. Rest of the family members have been taken for questioning. His father was working as a government teacher before he voluntarily retired a couple of years back. He has a mother, two brothers, a sister who's married.
Ishan, I'm going to swing back to you and talk a little more on these people and how they are all connected. They could be connected because they are in a 5-6 kilometer radius. So we'll try and understand that also with Ishan. Quick, before we go to Arunima, but quickly let's listen into what the family of Amir and Umar Rashid told Ishan a short while ago, and also the family member of Umar Nabi, the sister-in-law, what she told CNN News 18 while speaking with Ishan. Listen in.
पहले ही उनको ले गए थे 10 बजे माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए हैं वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
So the immediate family of Dr. Umar who are saying that they had no clue about, if he had any role or if he had anything to do with any of these activities. But he was a doctor. This is his house that we are inside right now. And this is a small house located in Pulwama. This is a few kilometers away from where we were reporting earlier. And the woman we just spoke to is the wife of his brother. And you will notice that this small area around this place is where Dr. Umar lived, and few years back, as his family has pointed out, that he moved out of Kashmir Valley to pursue a job there. And my VJ will be able to show you, this is the residence of Dr. Umar. And police has thoroughly searched the entire house since yesterday, and they have been trying to ensure that they are able to bring those clues and leads together so that they could establish the crime. But the family is in shock. Most of those who could be possibly related to the family have been taken into custody, and the further investigation is underway. But as we spoke to his family, they are saying that they had no clue about if he was going to do any of this incident, this sort of nature. He has never had any kind of radicalization in his mind, that he was never radicalized, and he was always friendly to people. But the fact is that today, the path that Umar has chosen is something which has shocked the family, though the investigation is underway. This entire episode of Pulwama is there because, one, this entire area where people have been picked up is within the radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. One. Two, this Dr. Umar was also working in the same hospital where Dr. Adil was working, who was first seen pasting the posters on the outskirts of Srinagar, and later on an AK-47 rifle was recovered from his Anantnag hospital where he was working earlier. So both of them were working in the same hospital. So that's why all the Faridabad, UP and Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir links are being right now connected, and the investigation is underway to find if they could find any further leads and if there are any further people who could be part of this group or planning to carry out any attack.
हमारे घर में कोई तारे की नहीं है। हमारे घर में उमर रशीद है, दूसरा है आमिर रशीद, बस वो दो।
क्या उन्होंने कोई गाड़ी ली थी बाहर से, कहीं HR नंबर की गाड़ी? जो
नहीं, हमारी गाड़ी ये है, आप देख सकते हैं, JK नंबर की है। हमारे और कोई गाड़ी नहीं।
तो कल रात पुलिस वगैरह आई थी आपके घर, जिन्होंने यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेट वगैरह किया, क्या कुछ कहा उन्होंने?
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं कहा। जब हमने नंबर ये बोला JK की गाड़ी है, तो उन्होंने और कुछ नहीं, उन्होंने बोला चलो ठीक है, इनको थाने में पूछताछ थोड़ा सा करेंगे, और कुछ नहीं, उन्होंने और कुछ नहीं बोला। सिर्फ हमने बोला था उनको, इनको छोड़ दो, हमारे घर में और कोई मर्द नहीं है, हम खाली दो हैं। तो फिर उन्होंने बोला कल तक छोड़ देंगे, सुबह आ जाना, तो हम छोड़ देंगे।
So that's what the cops have said, and we heard the family. Just quickly going back to Ishan to understand, why do you say they are all connected to each other? Could be possible. What is the Amir Umar connection, Amir Umar Tariq connection with the three doctors? You say Azil and Umar worked, Dr. Umar Nabi worked in the same facility, Ishan. But how could these three people be connected to them? And what is the radius? How far are they from each other in Pulwama?
Well, it's very easy to even, as a reporter, to decode what's happening. Somebody who has covered Pulwama and all these incidents. One, that it's within the 4-5 kilometers radius where every person lives who have been connected to the case so far. Second, Dr. Adil, who was the first person who was arrested in this case and the entire thing blew up, was also working in the same college where this Dr. Umar was working, which is in Anantnag, where the AK rifle was also recovered. Third, that the picture that we have seen is of Dr. Amir Rashid, who was working as a electrician. And also was friends with Tariq, and Tariq and Amir have both been friends, and possibly what we have been given to understand is that he was using Tariq's number and he had given that, mentioned in the notebook while he was making a purchase of that vehicle. So it's all connected, and the sources are indicating that the money was given by this doctor group to Amir to purchase that vehicle, and later on, because there were no traces left, even if you look at the vehicle, the sort of history that it has had, it does not have a perfect history. It's registered under someone else's name, so legally there will be a challenge and a hurdle to prove how this vehicle had changed hands, whether there was any affidavit, whether there was any thing done in the writing to establish the crime, and that's why it was particularly chosen. Then you have the Faridabad connection. Both the doctors had moved from the same government college in Anantnag to Faridabad, and then you have the connection of another doctor, Dr. Muzammil, who was also picked up from outside Jammu and Kashmir. But yes, it's something we have to record further deep to establish that what really has transpired, what their idea was. Are there any other people who are part of the group who are out? Because they used to chat through encrypted app. They used to build money through, charity, or try to gather money from professionals to help poor.
Right.
But we know that money, where it was being used. So all of this has been connected, and it's possibly in next couple of days you might hear a bigger picture come out.
So try to clear things out for us. We'll put that in detail in a bit. Just quickly going through who all have been arrested so far in Jammu and Kashmir before we go to the next breaking news update coming in from Faridabad. In a bit, just a sec. Tariq Ahmed, Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid, Shamima Bano, mother of Dr. Umar, Ashik Nabi, brother of Dr. Umar, and Zahur Nabi, brother of Dr. Umar. These are all the people who have been picked up by the Jammu and Kashmir police and who are now being questioned. The background for each of them we'll explain in a bit. But let's quickly go across to Faridabad as Anshul getting us more info. Anshul is there at that very car zone, and more details coming in that searches have actually been going on since yesterday at several locations which have been searched by the crime branch of Faridabad. And also interestingly, this Al Falah University, where this Dr. Umar and Dr. Azil had moved from the Government Medical College in Srinagar, this is actually only 20 kilometers away from this royal car zone. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, this is another connection that is coming to the fore as the Faridabad police is continuing with its searches across the district of Faridabad. The crime branch is trying to go ahead and find out if at all there is more ammonium nitrate that could have been stored out here in Faridabad. But if you look at this car zone, this is just 20 kilometers away from Al Falah University, where all these three doctors were in fact working together, and right next to the Badarpur border. Remember, Badarpur border is the same border from where this car had entered into the national capital at approximately 8 a.m. Yesterday morning, and then went through parts of North Delhi before parking itself in the parking of Suneri Masjid near the Red Fort, and then eventually in the evening this entire incident has happened. So Faridabad connection is something that is coming out very, very strongly in this entire matter. The crime branch is carrying out searches because still the whereabouts of Dr. Umar, if at all he was present inside the vehicle or not, that is something that would be established only after a DNA test. But till then, keeping all the doubts aside, the Faridabad police is still searching for Dr. Umar, as inputs have suggested that he was
so
still...
Anshul, just hold on. Anshul, hold on. We got Javed Mansoori, who's live on News 18, getting us the details from the village where searches are going on. Those pictures, viewers, are coming in from live searches that are going on. We try and go to and see if Javed is still speaking and getting us the details from there. Yes.
लगातार चल रहा है, चाहे घर हो या फिर दुकानें हो, तो ये लगातार चल रहा है अभी, और पुलिसकर्मी अलग-अलग हिस्सों में इसी तरह से मौजूद हैं। जी
Well, we play out Javed's details. He's right there with the cops where fresh searches are currently going on. Javed Mansoori of News 18 getting his. This is happening at the Taga village in Faridabad. Anshul is also in Faridabad. Anshul, just talk us through. You said searches have been going on continuously as we see these pictures. This Taga village, what's its significance? How far is it from where you are, that is the Royal Car Zone?
Taga village is very close to the area of Al Falah University, that is in the Roa village, and it is very close to that. According to sources within the Delhi police, what we have been told, in fact within the Farida police, we have been told that there are several locations that are nearby the Al Falah University and several villages that are in the nearby vicinity of the Al Falah University that are still being checked. Because remember, yesterday itself more than 2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate was recovered from a house in the Doha village, and now this Taga village has come to the fore, where yet again it is being suspected that Dr. Umar, who is one of the person who is still absconding from this entire nexus of 3 doctors that was present over there till now, he had connections over there, and that is the reason why the Faridabad police is now carrying out searches over there as well. Initially they are trying to find Dr. Umar, along with, if at all there are some other contrabands that could have also been brought over here, because remember yesterday from where the seizure had happened, it is being suspected that it was being used as a logistical storehouse to store ammonium nitrate over there, and then eventually in smaller parts this was being sent out. For example, a cache of it, approximately 360 kgs of it, was in fact sent right next to Al Falah University to a rented accommodation which was owned by Dr. Muzammil himself, and this is another location that is being said that.
So this is another detail that we will try and draw out for our viewers. But imagine this picture, this viewers, that there are 2 people, 2 doctors from the GMC who are in Srinagar, who are also, or Government Medical College, who moved from there to Al Falah in Faridabad, Haryana. These are people, that is Dr. Azil, Dr. Muzammil, these are people who are also from the same locality in Pulwama, which Ishan has already drawn the connect. They moved to that area, and around that is the Taga village, where they rent 2 places. At one place there is 360 odd kilograms of explosive material and other devices, and another place like a godown where ammonium nitrate of nearly 2,900 kilograms is being stored in a godown. That's been rented by a Maulvi. Now this Taga village is very close to the Al Falah University. They buy a car, and Amir Rashid is the front there. Phone number is of Tariq's, but the money is provided by these doctors, and they buy this car from a car zone which is 20 kilometers away from Al Falah University. So it's all happening in this area. Javed Mansoori is joining us live. Javed, namaste. आप तागा में हैं, वहाँ पुलिस के सर्चेस हो रही हैं, बताइए जरा.
देखिए, फतेहपुर तगा गांव जहां से कल विस्फोटक भारी मात्रा में बरामद हुआ था और कल शाम में दिल्ली में धमाके होने के बाद अब फतेहपुर तगा में रात भर सर्च ऑपरेशन चला है और अभी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। पुलिस ये सुनिश्चित कर रही है कि कोई भी घर, कोई भी दुकान ना छूटे। हर घर में इसी तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है। आप देखिए, घरों के अंदर अगर आ रहे हैं तो महिला पुलिसकर्मी की मौजूदगी आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई देगी। ये मेक श्योर किया जा रहा है कि महिला पुलिसकर्मी की मौजूदगी में यहाँ पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाए। देखिए किस तरह से चेकिंग की जा रही है। जो घर के बैग्स हैं या जो अलमीरा हैं उनको चेक किया जा रहा है कि कहीं कोई संदिग्ध चीज तो नहीं है। और ये जो आप देख रहे हैं ना तस्वीर आनंद, ये फतेहपुर तगा की ही नहीं है, धौज गांव में भी इसी तरह से एक बड़ा सर्च ऑपरेशन रात भर चला है और अभी भी चल रहा है। धौज और फतेहपुर तगा क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, हम अपने दर्शकों को वो भी समझा देते हैं। जब इस फरीदाबाद के मॉड्यूल का खुलासा पुलिस ने किया तो धौज में ही अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल कार्यरत था, वहीं से गिरफ्तारी डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल की हुई। उसके ठिकाने धौज में वहां से भारी मात्रा में विस्फोटक बरामद हुआ और कल 2500 किलो विस्फोटक फतेहपुर तगा से ही बरामद हुआ। तो लिहाजा पुलिस ये सुनिश्चित कर रही है कि हर घर में यहाँ पर तलाशी ली जाए और जगह जगह पर इसी तरह से अलग अलग टीम्स बनाकर पुलिस ने एक टीम जो है वो घरों की चेकिंग कर रही है, एक टीम सिर्फ दुकानों की चेकिंग कर रही है। उनके जाकर नाम पूछ रही है, वो क्या करते हैं, उनके नंबर्स नोट किए जा रहे हैं। एक बार तस्वीर नीरज तिवारी आपको यहाँ पर आगे से दिखाएंगे किस तरह से ये सर्च चल रहा है। बातचीत सुनवाने की कोशिश भी करते हैं।
बहन आ रहे वैसे शादी वैसे आई पड़े वैसे नहीं रहती हो।
अच्छा, कितने भाई बहन हो आप?
हाँ मैं भी
10 में से भाई कितने बहन?
भाई
4 भाई 6 बहन। एक बार चेक करो।
देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर चेकिंग की जा रही है। आप ये तस्वीर देख सकते हैं
घर में अलग अलग जगहों पर सामान की चेकिंग की जा रही है यहाँ, और ये एक एक घर में ये किया जा रहा है। आप समझ सकते हैं कि
ये फतेहपुर तगा और दौज अल-फलाह से कितनी दूर है?
जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है तगा में, देखिए आनंद, कुछ ही दूरी पर ही है, कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, ये 4 से 5 किलोमीटर की दूरी है। फतेहपुर तगा का और रिलेवेंस आपको समझाएं, अपने दर्शकों को समझाएं। फतेहपुर तगा में जो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल का एक सहयोगी इमाम था, उसने एक जगह ली हुई थी और वहीं पर ही विस्फोटक रखा हुआ था, ऐसा दावा किया जा रहा है पुलिस की तरफ से, और वहाँ से ही वो विस्फोटक करीब 2500 किलो बरामद हुआ है। वो एक जगह है। अल-फलाह से 500 मीटर की दूरी पर धौज गांव में डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल ने एक रूम किराए पर लिया था। कल पुलिस कमिश्नर ने बताया कि वहां से ही सारी बरामदगी हुई है। 360 किलोग्राम विस्फोटक बरामद हुआ, असॉल्ट राइफल, मैगजीन्स, लाइव राउंड्स और इसके अलावा अन्य हथियार वहां से बरामद हुए। तो ये दो जगह बहुत महत्वपूर्ण, और यही वजह है कि जगह जगह कोने कोने में इन दोनों गांव की पुलिस तलाशी ले रही है।
जावेद, एक बात और बताएं,
देख सकते हैं,
ये कल रात से जो सर्चेस चल रहे हैं, ये क्यों चल रहे हैं?
जी,
उनको, पुलिस को क्या शक है, क्यों ये सर्चेस चल रहे हैं? क्या उनको लग रहा है कि और भी खेप हो सकती है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट की?
देखिए, क्योंकि पुलिस कमिश्नर ने ये कहा है कि जो पुलिस का जॉइंट ऑपरेशन है, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का और हरियाणा पुलिस, फरीदाबाद पुलिस का, वो जारी है। ये उसी कड़ी में है। तार जुड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जो पुलिस सूत्र हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो मॉड्यूल फरीदाबाद से मिला है उसी को विस्तार दिया जा रहा है, उसी कड़ी में उसको आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। लेकिन कड़ियाँ ज़रूर जुड़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल अल-फलाह में कार्यरत था। अब ये खबर भी सामने आ रही कि जो उमर जो गाड़ी चला रहा था, जिसकी मौत हुई है, सोर्सेज जो बता रहे हैं वो भी अल-फलाह में ही कार्यरत था।
एक अंतिम क्वेश्चन, प्रश्न आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा। डॉक्टर किरण बेदी इज ऑल्सो विद अस। एक ही प्रश्न है कि क्या वो I-20 कार वहां पर देखी गई है सीसीटीवी फुटेज में, धौज में या इधर फतेहपुर तगा में? क्या वो I-20 कार क्या देखी गई है पिछले कुछ दिनों में? जावेद,
देखिए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, लेकिन जो सीसीटीवी की मैपिंग हुई है उसमें एक बड़ी जानकारी जो पुलिस सोर्सेज से आ रही है वो ये कि I-20 कार बदरपुर बॉर्डर से दिल्ली में दाखिल हुई है। अगर जो अपने दर्शक हैं उनको समझाएं दिल्ली और फरीदाबाद का ज्योग्राफी, अगर आप फरीदाबाद से दिल्ली में एंटर होते हैं तो सबसे मुख्य बॉर्डर बदरपुर बॉर्डर ही है। तो ये संभावना है कि वहां से ये गाड़ी इधर ही की तरफ गई हो, लेकिन अभी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसमें होना बाकी है। तो ऐसे में तार जहां जुड़ रहे हैं, और ये भी बात आ रही है कि बदरपुर बॉर्डर से ही एंटर की थी वो गाड़ी, तो ऐसे में ये तार जरूर जुड़ रहे हैं।
जी, थैंक यू जावेद। I'll come back to you. Dr. Kiran Bedi is with us this morning, former IPS and also former LG of Puducherry. Kiran Bedi ji, namaste. That was the critical question because the car was seen entering from Badarpur. These operatives and operators were working at the white-collar terrorists who were working at Al-Falah University in Faridabad. And we were checking if that car has been seen in that Faridabad region. What do you make of what we are seeing? Educated professionals who systematically move from Srinagar, from Government Medical College, based themselves at Al-Falah University in Faridabad, and we've seen nearly 3 tons of explosive making material being recovered from that area itself, Dhauj and Fatehpur Taga. And then what happened at Red Fort? Yes, Dr. Kiran Bedi. Namaste.
But as far as I'm concerned, I have more questions than have answers. So I think we need to raise the questions about the vehicle, the ownership, the blast from the dicky, what kind of ammunition it was. See, the answers lie more at the moment in inquiries and investigations like ownership of the car, mobility of the car, positioning of the car, and also what was in the dicky. And that means forensic answers. So I think these are the answers which need to be waited, because that will narrow down, and also the occupants of the car. Who were they? Who were they? Where were they coming from? So I think at the moment we may have to, we all have questions rather than the answers, and the leads are already with the investigating agency, and it's good to see that everybody's converged to apply their mind together. You see, now it's not one agency, it's not a relay. All agencies have been brought together by the Government of India and the Ministry of Home Affairs to apply their minds now rather than lose time. So I think we will have the answers faster. Forensic scientists, the National Investigation Agency, the Delhi Police and the Haryana Police and all other agencies, intelligence, So I think that's a very good thing that they've all come together to apply their minds, and I think that will give you quicker answers because all leads from all directions are being worked on.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, as far as the investigation, the leads point to the fact that this car was parked for 3 hours between 3:19 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. at the Red Fort car parking before the car was moved at 6:48 p.m. and at 6:52 p.m. it explodes at the Suneri Masjid signal. But it's 4 doctors now who are involved, including a lady doctor, educated professionals who have systematically moved and relocated from Srinagar and Pulwama into Faridabad. And there is a connection because they were amassing huge amounts of ammonium nitrate. We have confirmation that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerant and a timer were part of this entire IED which was placed in the rear of this car. These are details we have. But I'm asking you the question of these white-collared terrorists where the family says they had no clue. They showed no signs of radical behavior. They showed no signs of trying to do something as diabolical as it's manifest.
Well, this is not for the first time. People who've been involved in terror attacks, families do feign or explain ignorance. They either feign it or they genuinely are ignorant. That only investigation will tell whether the families, because if they don't feign ignorance, they too get involved as a part of conspiracy because hiding crime is also a crime. So therefore, I'm not surprised. But as I said, these are also questions. Why are they linked? Is Faridabad or this group involved or linked with the Red Fort blast? We do not know. But I think investigation within a day or two will reveal. So as I said, all of us have questions to ask and wondering what's happening. And why is this kind of a community, why is this kind of intelligentsia, educated class, men and women involved in these kinds of attacks?
Uneducated people, jobless people being recruited, it's an act of desperation. It's been said in the past. But to radicalize educated individuals, aren't you concerned that somebody is radicalizing them so deeply and so, under the radar? It's nobody's got a sense of this, how they're doing it.
Yeah, I've seen radicalization happening in the educated classes. I've seen victims of radicalization who've gone and then became approvers later. So radicalization is possible even in the educated classes. So I think, and then it's a very gradual radicalization over a period, and it's a very steady education, brainwashing. So it happens. You cannot exclude educated classes.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, thank you for speaking with us. Thank you for your inputs too, and a very unique perspective that it's possible that radicalized, educated individuals can be radicalized. It's happened in the past, it's happened now, but what were their motivations and who's radicalizing them? Who is being able to try and turn such individuals who had a good career going, educated professionals who had huge amount of opportunity, but they decided to focus their energies towards working towards destroying lives and perhaps also tearing the social fabric of Bharat. Now, more news coming through. Let's go back to the investigation. We're following it relentlessly. Our reporters are all across. The biggest spread of reporters and coverage across the network and across Bharat on this biggest story of the day, viewers, and that's here at CNN News 18 and the News 18 network. The I-20 used in the blast. Faridabad police teams are now at the Royal Car Zone. Anshul is joining us live from the location. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, a team of local police, Faridabad police had just arrived over here. The SHO of the local area had come over here along with his team, and they tried to in fact go ahead and knock into the doors of this Royal Car Zone, but nobody replied from inside. Even after there is a lock that has been placed, the police suspects that there could be someone inside this, and hence they are finding another route to get inside this Royal Car Zone at this point in time. So the teams have reached over here. The owner of the property, the owner of the car zone, is already in the custody of police. There are some documents that the police is also looking for because it is suspected and it is believed that Manish Patel, who is the owner of this Royal Car Zone, in fact knowingly sent this vehicle to Amir and Tariq just for the purposes of earning money, even after he knew that there are documents that are lacking, and even after that he went ahead and decided to sell this vehicle and hand it over to them, which was eventually used in the blast that happened in the Red Fort. So some documents that the police is looking for, there is someone inside is what the police suspects as well, and that is the reason why they are now finding for some other routes through which they could actually get inside this Royal Car Zone office.
Well, we're going to take a short break on that note. More details coming through. It also exposed the fake registration certificate and fake papers that these people were carrying. But somewhere, Umar Nabi's name features there too. Getting you more details and tracking these the investigation relentlessly as we try to get to the bottom and piece together this entire turn of events over the last 48 hours, viewers. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting.
The car is parked and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put 2 and 2 together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning. And now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired. So kudos to our agencies there, but he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Sunari Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again, and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Azil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that.
News and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who was an accomplice alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module, the bust. Back live, and investigators have now mapped the complete route of the I-20 used in the blast, piecing together critical moments from over 50 CCTV cameras. This white color Hyundai I-20 with a Haryana registration that was not updated. This has moved across the capital. Let's try and plot this here and we'll call out the graphics. One thing, viewers, it is seen entering from the, before you play this, 1 second, 8 a.m. it is entered via the Badarpur border. Next, it's tracked at 3 p.m. So between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m., where was this vehicle? That question needs to be answered. But let's now track the movement of this vehicle. Where all does it go? Around 1 p.m., it's seen at Kashmiri Gate. So at 1 p.m., it's seen at Kashmiri Gate. But these 4-5 hours, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., where was this car inside Delhi? The investigators are now scoring the entire CCTV footage to piece this gap. Between Badarpur and Kashmiri Gate, where was this car? Now, from Kashmiri Gate, it moves, the car keeps moving. It takes various routes all around North Delhi, roaming around to Daryaganj. It's then next spotted at Daryaganj. The car is spotted at Daryaganj. Then it moves further. At the next stop, after Daryaganj, the car takes a U-turn. This is the Suneri Masjid, and it was parked at 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. at Suneri Masjid. So at Daryaganj, it moves further down, takes a U-turn, comes back into the Red Fort area. This is the Red Fort area here, and it goes in and parks it at the car parking at the Suneri Masjid gate. So there it goes. This is Red Fort area, and the blast takes place at 6:52 p.m. But viewers, note this, and this is important. One needs to understand this. 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. This is nearly 3.5 hours, viewers. This is parked at this parking lot. Then 4 minutes after this car is started and moves out back at the Suneri Masjid signal, the explosion happens in 4 minutes. 6:52 p.m. the blast takes. So there is 4 minutes before when the car starts moving. For 3.5 hours, this car was parked at Red Fort at that Suneri Masjid in front of gate number. Why was it there? Why was it parked for 3.5 hours there? And why is it that 4 minutes since the car moves and gets out and it's at the signal that the explosion happens? Was this person trying something here and moving away? Was there a recalibration? And did the explosion happen, or the unplanned explosion? Was it unplanned, or was it deliberate that they wanted to come to the intersection at a time when there would be peak hours and there could be maximum damage? Now, this is subject to investigation, but this question continues to rankle that for 3.5 hours, a car packed with explosives is parked right through the day on a busy day at the Red Fort car parking right outside the gate number 1 of metro station, and nothing happens here for 3.5 hours. But 4 minutes after this car is taken out and it's at the signal, it explodes. Let's go across to Anshul. He's joining us with more. Yes, Anshul. Ankur is with us. Ankur, now this is a question that needs to be answered. Now, we know that the explosive used was ammonium nitrate, so there's a connection to the Faridabad module. There are traces of ammonium nitrate found. Was there an accelerator? And this part, the 4-5 hours between 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. and this 3.5 hours, why was it here? Where was the driver and the occupants of the car in these 3.5 hours that the car was parked here? And why suddenly 4 minutes after the car moves, the explosion happens? Yes, Ankur.
Yes, Anand, there is an update on the route as well. According to the sources, in Faridabad, a CCTV has captured the car around 7:15 a.m. And after that, the car crossed Badarpur border. There is a CCTV which captured the car around 8 a.m. So if I summarize for our viewers, so car started somewhere in the Faridabad around 7:15 a.m. and it crossed Badarpur around 8 a.m. and then reached to different parts of the Delhi around North Delhi around 3 p.m. So for 7-8 hours, which is missing, that is the main crucial point which is under the investigation. Investigators are trying to gather more information about those 7-8 hours, and importantly after that the car found travelling in the North Delhi area, be it Kashmiri Gate, Daryaganj, Suneri Masjid, and finally reached to the blast site. Before that, approximately 3 hours, car was parked inside a parking lot, and cops are also trying to gather the information where actually the driver went out, where exactly he went out from the car, and also was there any occupant with him. So certainly there are multiple, the complete route has been established, but there are missing dots which cops are trying to figure out. Back to you.
Ankur, you say now 8 a.m. at Badarpur toll naka, the car has been seen. That's the footage we have on screen. You are saying let's go back at least 45 minutes. 7:15 a.m. the car has been caught on CCTV in Faridabad. Now this location where this car has been seen, is it close to Fatehpur Taga or Dhauj, or close to the Al Falah University?
Anand, this is basically the initial information which we are gathering. So we have asked our sources that whether it was close to the Al Falah University. So according to the sources, it is close to that area only. They have gathered a CCTV footage, and multiple CCTV footages are already under scrutiny. So certainly the route will be established, and the story of the blast is starting from the Faridabad. In fact, the route of the car is also starting from the Faridabad. It started from 7:15 a.m. So they had a early day, started and ended at Red Fort. After
right, now that becomes more critical, viewers. And Ankur, just because this is the critical link to establish further the connect between the Faridabad module with the Pulwama Red Fort terror module, and the connection being Dr. Umar Nabi and this car, the Hyundai i20 with a Haryana registration but ownership of a certain Amir Rashid, who bikes up the car with the money given to him by these doctors supposedly, and with the phone number of a Tariq, who's a tipper driver and a friend. Now, if this car was seen at 7:15 a.m. near Fatehpur Taga or Dhauj, why the connection? Because in Dhauj was a 360 kilogram heap or of explosive material, timer, etc. that was raided and that was busted. That belongs to Dr. Muzammil. And Dhauj village is where 2,583 plus kilograms of ammonium nitrate was found, or urea that was being stored, and ammonium nitrate was being stored along with timer bombers, detonators, etc. And Dhauj village is again in the vicinity of Al Falah. So this car has been seen in that area. It makes its way from Faridabad all the way to Badarpur border. From Badarpur border enters North Delhi, Daryaganj, and the entire region. It comes, takes a U-turn, comes back to that Suneri Masjid, enters the parking area, and it's parked there for 3.5 hours from 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. The car starts, the driver moves, 6:52 at the signal, explosion happens. What transpired between 8 a.m. entry into Delhi till 1 p.m. when it is first seen near Kashmiri Gate, those 4-5 hours. And what happened in those 3.5 hours? Why was that car parked there? Car full of explosives parked there for 3.5 hours. If Umar Nabi was somebody who was on the run, or he wanted to give anjam to a karnama, if I may say that, in terms of plan an explosion or an incident. And how is it that 4 minutes after this person, after vacating the vehicle and leaving it for 3.5 hours, 4 minutes after he starts driving the vehicle, it explodes at the signal? These are questions that need to be answered. But increasingly, Faridabad module, Delhi blast connection is being established. We are tracking the investigation, every single minute detail being brought to you here at CNN News 18. See you after a short break. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details. That Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Shambura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module, and the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened. And there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car Were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Co-presented by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The car is parked, and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put 2 and 2 together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning. And now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired. So kudos to our agencies there. But he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Sunari Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again, and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collared terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Azil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that.
News and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice, alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module. The bus. Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us as we continue to remain on our coverage of the Delhi blast, and we are piecing together all the information here, viewers, getting you updated, confirmed reports, our reporters on ground, the most comprehensive coverage of an investigation that is pointing towards a link between the Faridabad module and the module that orchestrated the blast at the Red Fort signal. But more importantly, they are linked with the Pulwama origins of the perpetrators of this white-collar terrorism act or white-collar terror act. And there is a Jaish link to this too. We'll get to all of that. But first, a quick check of the latest updates in the headlines. Delhi Police tightens noose in the Delhi terror blast probe. FIR registered under UAPA Act and Explosive Substances Act. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair high-level security review meeting in a short while from now. Director IB, Delhi Police Chief and NIA Director General also to be in attendance. The I-20 used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's kin now detained for questioning by police in Pulwama. Suspected bomber Dr. Umar was a close aide of Dr. Adil of Faridabad's Al-Fatah module. Pulwama linked to Delhi terror blast emerges. Owner of the Hyundai I-20 identified as Tariq, a resident of Pulwama Shambura village, who has now been detained for questioning. But the person accepting the keys is an Amir Rashid, who along with his brother have also been detained. From first confirmation of terror blast to Faridabad module and the Pulwama links in, and News 18 tracks all the angles to the Delhi terror blast with the largest team on ground. It's a high-stakes battle as the final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on CNN News 18 later this evening. As toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital, GRAP Stage 3 implemented by air quality watchdog. A deadly explosion near the Red Fort metro station on Monday evening around 6:52 p.m. has sent shockwaves across the national capital and across the country. A Hyundai I-20 suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and injuring several others around 6:52 p.m. on Monday evening. Delhi police have registered an FIR under the UAPA Explosive Substances Act and sections of the BNS for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The vehicle has been traced to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, originally registered in Gurugram and owned by Mohammed Salman. The car changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq on paper, but we now know that there are multiple individuals involved with dubious paperwork, and it ended up in Pulwama. Salman has been detained for facilitating illegal sales without proper ownership. The car dealership, which was also enacted this entire transaction and transfer, has also been picked up. Fake registration certificate has been found. The authorities suspect terror links with Dr. Umar Nabi, an alleged suicide bomber connected to the Faridabad Al-Fatah module. Now, investigators are focusing on a 7 to 8 hour gap, in fact 5 hours, and then also what transpired in those 3.5 hours when the car was parked. So that is now being explored since the car entered Delhi via the Badarpur border toll. And an interesting development, at 7:15 a.m. this car has been seen in Faridabad around the vicinity of the Al-Fatah University, the Fatehpur Taga and the Dhauj villages, where Dr. Azil and Dr. Muzammil were operating, residing, and also from where explosive material was recovered. The movements tracked only again from 1 p.m. onwards and then at 3 p.m. The Faridabad Police Crime Branch is also conducting searches at multiple locations, perhaps looking for more warehouses, links, people, associates, affiliates, etc. in that region itself, and also raids at the Royal Car Zone, which has currently been locked. A big news, key meeting to begin in a short while from now at 11 a.m. That's when the meeting scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The Director IB, NIA, DG and top officials will be present. Arunima joining us with more details. Yes, Arunima.
So all the top officials have reached the last to arrive, where the Union Home Secretary and the Director of Intelligence Bureau. Before them, Commissioner of Police as well as the NIA DG arrived at the Home Minister's residence. So this high-level meeting, in which Jammu and Kashmir DGP is also joining virtually, has is minutes before it begins. I think all the top officials have now come in. The security detail just ushering in the last car inside. So in minutes from now, perhaps you will see news agencies beaming out visuals of that conference room where Home Minister is chairing this meeting. On the agenda, first and foremost, since multiple agencies are involved, coordination so that there's real-time sharing of intelligence and the intelligence is acted upon. Second, coordination issues, because there are so many other different agencies. Jammu and Kashmir Police took the lead, then Haryana Police collaborated to pick up the Faridabad module, and subsequently after the blast happened, the NIA, the NSG have been aiding Delhi Police in carrying out forensic tests, carrying out investigation on ground. So perfect coordination is the second thing. And third, since there are so many different states and union territories involved, perhaps Home Minister will take a call as to when is the right time to hand over this case to the National Investigation Agency.
Well, more details. Is there going to be a proper briefing? Is there going to be a serious assessment of the security infrastructure and the preparedness in Jammu and Kashmir too? Many questions remain. Arunima, coming to you in a bit. Ankur is also with us, and Neeraj Kumar ji is also with us. Neeraj ji, namaste. Good to have you with us, and we'll talk at length in a bit. Just getting an update from Ankur on the fact that at 7:15 a.m. this car has been seen on CCTV footage in Faridabad. Yes, Ankur.
Yes, Anand, that's right. So the first spot, the car was started around 7:15 from Faridabad, and it crossed Badarpur border. The car was captured in a CCTV footage, and that has been already accessed by the investigators. Later, it reached to the North Delhi area. It roamed in North Delhi area, went to Kashmiri Gate, Suneri Masjid, and Daryaganj, and later finally parked at a parking lot. Just after a few minutes before the blast, the car came out from the parking lot, and then the car got blasted. So the important point here is that there are 6-7 hours which is missing, which is still under investigation, which cops are trying to gather all the information. Those 6-7 hours will tell about the driver, to whom, whether he met anybody, whether there was any occupant with him, whether he dropped anyone from the car, or he tried to meet somebody. So all these things, those 6-7 hours would be very crucial for the investigation, and this is for the investigators also to get all the details as soon as possible, because the time is very crucial in such terror cases. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Ankur. Before we go across to the former Commissioner, Delhi Police, Neeraj Kumar ji, in a bit, we've got an eyewitness right now with us. Let's go straight across to him. Namaste.
जी सर।
नमस्ते, आपका शुभ नाम?
जी, मेरा नाम दीपक शर्मा जी।
दीपक जी नमस्ते, आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं और कल शाम को क्या आप वहां पर थे घटनास्थल पर?
जी, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश अयोध्या का रहने वाला हूँ, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली में हूँ सर। लाल किले पे उस समय मैं कुछ शूट कर रहा था एज अ ब्लॉगर, और उसी समय सर ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान ऐसा धमाका हुआ, और मैं काफ़ी डर गया था सर। जो भी पब्लिक थी वहाँ पर, इस धमाके को देख के वहाँ पे भगदड़ मच गई, और काफ़ी लोग मतलब वहाँ पे पैनिक हो गए थे। और सर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि ये क्या हुआ है। लोग कह रहे हैं कि सर सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट, समझ में नहीं आया कि सर एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या है। और सर वो ज़्यादा डरावना सा लगा सर। वहाँ से फिर उसके बाद मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर, क्योंकि डरावना था कुछ सर, क्योंकि वो ब्लास्ट इतना तेज़ था सर कि कान तक मतलब हिल गए सर। कोई भी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाया, तो इसलिए हम वहाँ से थोड़ा दूर भागने की कोशिश किए ताकि चोटें ना आई। मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर, उसके बाद जो भी लोग उसके आगे वहाँ पर देखने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मैं उन सभी लोगों को ये सोच रहा था कि वहाँ से हटे ताकि उनको चोट ना पहुँचे। इसलिए वहाँ पर मैंने कुछ लोगों को साइड किया, और एक महिला वहाँ पर थी जो इस ब्लास्ट को देखकर, सुनकर वहाँ पे वो जो है बेहोश हो गई थी। तो उनका ये हेल्प किया, उनको उठा के साइड करने की कोशिश की मैंने, उनके फैमिली मेम्बर का थोड़ा सा हेल्प किया, और बाकी जो लोग थे उनको हटाने की कोशिश किया सर। जो एक बॉडी पार्ट का वहाँ पे अंग जो है, उस जगह से जहाँ ब्लास्ट हुआ है वहाँ से गौरी शंकर मंदिर के सामने आके गिरा। तो उस चीज़ को देख के लोग जो है बहुत ज़्यादा डर गए और वहाँ से भागने लगे। तो ये सर बहुत ज़्यादा खौफनाक था, और सर हम लोग तो काफ़ी डर गए थे। और ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान हुआ था, जब रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही थी तब जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो वो कैमरा उस तरफ घुमा, और उसके बाद ये सब चीज़ें रिकॉर्ड हो गई सर।
जी, लेकिन आप जब ब्लास्ट होके आपने कहा आप दूर गए, आपने एक महिला की मदद की जो बेहोश हो गई थी, ये आपसे कितनी दूर था ये धमाका? क्योंकि जो वीडियो है उसमें वो धमाका सुनाई देता है और आप लोग भाग रहे हैं, पर ये कितनी दूर था?
जी सर, जहाँ पर धमाका हुआ वहाँ से मैं शायद 150 मीटर दूरी पे था, 150 मीटर समथिंग।
और आप 150 मीटर की दूरी पे थे, और ये गौरी शंकर मंदिर आपसे कितनी दूर था? या आपके पीछे था वो?
हाँ सर, नहीं सर, मैं सामने की तरफ था और कैमरा अपोजिट साइड में था, और जब वो ब्लास्ट हुआ सर तो वो मतलब उस तरफ देखने के लिए वो कैमरा भी उस साइड में मुड़ गया। तो वो सब चीजें विजुअल जो फुटेज था वो हमारे कैमरे में ऐड हो गया।
ये गौरी शंकर मंदिर कहाँ पे था ये बताइए?
गौरी शंकर मंदिर लाल किले के जस्ट सामने, और उसके सामने वो मांस का टुकड़ा जो एक मानव अंग का वहां पे आके गिरा, उस आदमी का जो इसमें जख्मी हुआ था।
आप बाद में फिर थोड़ी देर बाद आप वहां गए थे घटनास्थल की तरफ?
जब वहां पे ये ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद सर लोगों को थोड़ा सा उधर साइड करने के बाद सर हम लोग तो डर गए थे सर। उसके बाद वहां से हम भागने लग गए सर। मैं तो ऐसे जो छोटा मोटा वीडियोस वगैरह जो मैं रिकॉर्ड करता रहता हूँ अपने इस पे यूट्यूब पे, जो भी पदयात्रा वगैरह चल रही है तो रिव्यू इंडिया न्यूज मैं चलाता हूँ सर अपना, तो वही चीज मैं ऐड कर रहा था, उसी समय ये ब्लास्ट हुआ सर।
ये ब्लास्ट हुआ क्योंकि
और
वो
ये धमाका सर इतना जोर था कि लोग
जी
बहुत डर गए सर।
जी, क्योंकि उस धमाके में आप दिख रहे हैं वहां पर, आपके एक टोपी पहन के एक सज्जन भी आपके साथ खड़े और आप दोनों धमाके की तरफ देखते हैं अचानक से। हाँ, और फिर आप घबरा भी गए क्योंकि इतना जोर से धमाका हुआ। जी आप
जी
कह रहे
सर,
हैं भागो
उस समय
भागो, लोग भागो
रिकॉर्डिंग के
भागो चिल्ला
दौरान
रहे हैं। जी
जो मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था उसी समय ये हुआ, धमाका हुआ और उस तरफ हम देखने लगे, हम लोग नीचे झुकने की कोशिश की कहीं हमारे पे ऐसा कुछ ना हो जाए, काफी दूर था वैसे। और उसके बाद फिर जिसका इंटरव्यू लगा था वो भी डर गए, हम दोनों वहां से फिर भागे सर, और पब्लिक भगदड़ मच गई थी सर, बहुत ज्यादा ही डरावना था सर ये।
जी जी, दीपक जी धन्यवाद। आप वहाँ से सकुशल निकल गए, काफ़ी लोग निकल गए, लेकिन 8 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है इस धमाके में, जो कि अब क्लियरली एक टेरर अटैक बताया जा रहा है, एक आतंकी घटना है वो। धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। आप ही का वीडियो उसका प्रयोग भी हम कर रहे हैं जहाँ धमाके की आवाज़ आ रही है। थैंक यू फॉर दैट। नीरज कुमार जी, फॉर्मर कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस इज विद अस। नीरज जी नमस्ते, थैंक यू for your time and thank you for your patience. Your first comment on this entire development, even as Rahul Shivshankar also joins us on the broadcast. What do you surmise, sir, and this entire threat of white-collar terrorism?
It's extremely worrisome because after a lapse of so many years, there has been this blast. The last blast took place in the year 2011 outside Delhi High Court, which means after 14 years, we are seeing terror raise its ugly head all over again in Delhi. So it's extremely worrisome.
Neeraj ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Good morning. Unfortunately, we begin with bad news. Obviously, this is not something any one of us expected. As you rightly said, last terror attack took place in the Union capital outside the Delhi High Court building, and that was in 2011. So history repeating itself, this time with another brutality. I just want you to put this into perspective for some of our viewers who might be joining us. What do you make of this? What do you think is the motivation behind all of this, specifically when it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor? Do you believe that there are, of course, cross-border ties, but how does this sort of link up in the larger situation that is obviously unfolded after Operation Sindoor?
See, as a police officer, ex-police officer, I would say that it is too premature to link this to Pakistan or to link it to any particular terror group. Like a true scientist, we have to wait for more evidence to emerge so that we can say with certainty. I don't believe in speculating. I don't believe in surmising or theorizing. The possibilities that there is a possible Pakistan link, the possibility that there is an interstate terror module at work here, the possibility that huge amount of explosives were stored for a likely, say, a series of blasts. They are all possibilities, but we cannot say for sure. And it would be premature to begin to, postulate that our neighbor is testing our patience. Our neighbor is trying to provoke us again. We have to wait and watch.
Neeraj ji, the police obviously have been over the last 2 days very active. There was a model or two modules that were exposed, as you know, and we know that there was according to the FIR that has been filed by the police, a ring of white-collar criminals or white-collar terrorists, as it has been claimed in that FIR, an ecosystem of white-collar terrorists. Now, how do you see this, sir? Obviously, this particular attack takes place within 48 hours, 24 hours, 12 hours of all those recoveries that were made and arrests that were made. Could this have been prevented? Many people are already talking about, specifically politicians, about a security failure, this, that, the other. How do you see this?
Again, it is too fashionable to use these terms and say that it is a security failure. and so on. See, what we have to understand is that terrorism of the kind that exists in our country is not a one-time incident. It's an ongoing process. And this process will carry on. And always, I mean, it is not correct to say that the first time doctors are found involved in an act of terror. Well, Dr. Jalis Ansari, who was involved in the 1992 serial blast, train blasts, which were investigated by a team headed by me in the CBI. He was a doctor. He was a doctor based in Bombay. And he was running a group called Ahle Hadith, which caused blasts on several trains on the first anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition in 1993. So, it is not correct to say that white collar criminals have always been involved because they are used to pass on money, they are used to mobilize money, and so on and so forth. So, in this case, what exactly was the role? Was it much more than what has been seen in the past? These are all matters of investigation. We should not jump the gun and we should wait for more details to emerge.
Well, absolutely. These words, of course, were used by the police themselves when they filed the FIR. So that's why I was sort of paraphrasing the police there. Just hold on, sir. Let me just very quickly bring our viewers to abreast with some of the latest clues that have been unearthed in this investigation. If you follow the trail of the clues in this interstate transnational network, viewers, it all started with the arrest of Dr. Adil Rathar in Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur district, after he was caught putting up JEM posters across Jammu and Kashmir. So he was caught on CCTV. That led investigators to his aide, Dr. Muzambil. That's the second individual that you see on your screens, who was arrested in Haryana's Faridabad. And Dr. Muzambil, a Pulwama resident, was employed at the Al Falah University in Dhauj. So he left Kashmir, he started working at the Al Falah University in Dhauj, and that's him in the middle of your screens. And now, the suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, a close associate of Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzambil, also hails from Pulwama and worked at the same university. So it appears that this was a bunch of people from Pulwama who knew each other. They were all doctors or had entered the profession, moved to Delhi, became radicalized, became part of a cell. Now, whether this happened to them in Pulwama itself, remember, Pulwama is in South Kashmir, a hotbed of terror, viewers. So it is possible that over the last few years, there's been a crackdown. Some of these individuals might have decided to leave because it was becoming too hot for them to be there. And they built up their ring, their terror ring outside of the state. The Pulwama connection doesn't end there. The I-20 car used in the operation was sold to Tariq, another Pulwama resident. Tariq has named Amir Rashid, who was spotted with the car keys, as a key player. The probe agencies are now scrutinizing this terror trail, focusing on the Pulwama link. We'll keep tracking this story and, of course, bringing you updates as more information becomes available. But that's really the grid right now of suspicion. This is the entire group of individuals. Arunima, let me just come out straight to you. Ishan Vani there with us, who's looking at the Pulwama angle. But Arunima, quickly put in perspective all what has transpired over the last 15 hours.
So I think the trail has to go back a little further. You'll have to rewind a little more and get down when the Jammu and Kashmir police first got wind of this module. Jammu and Kashmir police then alerted first Saharanpur and then Faridabad, and that's how this entire alleged conspiracy started unraveling. Yesterday, when the Faridabad police finally carried out the arrest and did the press conference, seized the ammonium nitrate and confirmed about the seizure of assault rifles and ammonium nitrate, one theory on which the police is working is that Dr. Umar, who was absconding, he panicked, and therefore the ammonium nitrate or the explosive that was at his disposal, he was either trying to flee with it and there was an accidental blast, or he decided, or he was instructed by his handlers that the blast must be carried out outside Red Fort. So these are all questions that the investigators have at the moment, the answers to which they can find by questioning those from the module who are already in their custody. They already have leads in terms of the encrypted channel on which all these doctors and medical professionals were allegedly radicalized. Their handler allegedly is based in Pakistan, and it is suspected that Jaish-e-Mohammed could have a role to play in this. The reason for that suspicion is vehicle-fitted IEDs is a Jaish specialization. So they already have some leads. They've managed to identify who the person was who was driving that vehicle. It is a Fidayeen attack. That's what is being suspected. Initially, eyewitness accounts seem to suggest that there were 3 or 4 people in the car. But now more and more agencies are veering towards the view that there was only one driver. They have sent the body parts that were recovered from that vehicle for DNA, for forensic analysis as well. DNA sample of Dr. Umar's family has also been taken. If there's a perfect match, then their suspicion will be established beyond doubt. The next question for them to resolve is, how was this ammonium nitrate procured from? Because linkages are being drawn to Pulwama. When the Pulwama CRPF convoy was blasted, a similar vehicle was used which was fitted with RDX. But in that case, the RDX was smuggled in from Pakistan through the Jammu border via a tunnel. In this case, was the ammonium nitrate locally procured? Was there any other high-grade explosive? These are still unanswered questions, but in less than 15 hours, I think police with the agencies have managed multiple breakthroughs, including identifying the Fidayeen attacker.
Well, this is very comprehensive, in fact, viewers, and you saw that entire terror trail. And I want to go across to Ishan Bani, a very experienced journalist, known for balance and therefore doesn't jump the gun. And it put out a large amount of information yesterday. Lots of contradictions there, lots of counterclaims. You've been speaking to some of the relatives. Put it into perspective for us. What are we actually looking at? How much of this is based on conjecture? How much of it is all fact? Ishan.
Well, the fact is first that the first arrest which was made in this case, which was about Dr. Adil, is the government medical college in
We're having a few issues with your audio. Could you just repeat yourself, Ishan? I think there was a little dropout of your audio. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Rahul, there is a similarity in these cases. If you can, as a journalist, pick up certain things very easily in this case, which is that first, the doctors who have been arrested, Dr. Adil, who was first arrested for posting posters in Naugam area of Srinagar, and Dr. Umar, both were working in Government Medical College, Anantnag, before they both moved out of Jammu and Kashmir, and the Government Medical College, Anantnag, is the premises from where the AK-47 rifle was recovered. And that's the first similarity connection between the two. Second connection is that this entire incident, most of the connections are within the radius of 5 kilometers. This Pulwama, where I am right now, within the 5 kilometers premise, is where the raids have taken place and people have been picked up. Then there's a connection of Amir, then there's a connection of Umar. Both are electricians, and one is a plumber. Both are brothers. Both of them have been picked up. And the picture that you have seen since yesterday is of Amir holding that key. It wasn't Tariq. Why did Tariq's name come up? Possibly because his friend Tariq had given him his number, and that he had given to the car dealer. So police, when they searched for the details of the person who had purchased the car with that photo, Tariq's name came up because the SIM was registered under his name. That's why the confusion started picking up. It's the Tariq name. But the family has identified him as Amir, but he has never informed the family that he will go out of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, there are 8-9 people at least which are connected to this case. 3 overground workers initially arrested in Naugam. Dr. Muzammil, who has also been arrested yesterday in Faridabad. Then Dr. Adil, who has been arrested in Saharanpur. Then Dr. Umar, who possibly, what reports indicate, can be the one who has carried out that blast. His mother has been taken for DNA sampling. His 2 brothers are being questioned. He had told his family on Friday that he is busy in the library of the university, so he wouldn't be able to communicate. His family family says that his mother would get worried about Dr. Umar, so she would frequently call him after 2 days, but he would talk less on the call. And on Friday, he told them not to disturb him as he's busy in the library. There are exams coming up of the students, so he wouldn't be able to take the phone. And later on, they discovered his phones were switched off and they couldn't communicate to him yet again. He was a shy personality who had also outshined his studies when he became a doctor. Taking out a seat in Government Medical College, Srinagar is not easy. It happens through merit, and he had chosen to study well. His family had invested in him, but later on, they never knew that he's going to take a path, and possibly has and can have, because the links are emerging, and it seems like the investigation is pointing out that Dr. Umar was the person who was part of the group, because he was missing. Once yesterday, when you heard police and other agencies say that they're looking for Dr. Umar, and they had come here actually from last couple of days, his family had also told them that it's police looking for you. You should come home and talk to the police. But he said, I have a couple of days are busy, then I'll come. And maybe that was what he indicated was on Monday, that he was going to carry out this particular attack.
What a waste of a promising life. The 3 overground workers you were talking about, I'll just come back to you with that and also with Ankur in just a few moments. I have Mr. Neeraj Kumar with us, who is the former Commissioner of Police. I just want to come back to you, and I know, sir, that you have other work to attend to. So I'm just going to ask you now, you've heard a little bit of how this entire conspiracy is shaping up. Are you surprised at the Pulwama angle that is so sort of recurrent as a theme in this entire episode?
Not at all. Not at all. Because once the seeds of terror are sown, they can sprout into such activities at any time down the line.
So what do you make of this now? Now, there are 3 doctors and at least 3 OGWs or overground workers all working together. What possible trigger could have led them to do this, specifically after Operation Sindoor, when the glare was so strong and there has been so much going on in Kashmir with the raids continually to discover OGWs, etc.?
That would be very difficult to kind of surmise what exactly triggered it off. But my sense is that these things happen not because of a trigger, because of an ongoing process. And we all know who the masterminds behind this process are, who are perhaps sitting overseas, and they keep monitoring it. And it is their lifelong mission to harm our country. And they keep working at such projects, one after the other. And you see this terror attack or this bomb blast after a gap of 14 years is extremely significant. It's extremely significant, not only because it is coming in the wake of the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor and so on, because it is part of a process of indoctrination, part of a process of breeding hatred in the valley against the mainland, against the country, and so on and so forth. So I'm not at all surprised.
Right.
You can keep crushing terror modules, but they will keep sprouting up from time to time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Viewers, the Defence Minister has spoken. A quick update there. Big statement by the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. Those responsible will be brought to justice. Well, viewers, remember that those responsible might well be sitting across the border in Pakistan. So this is a big, significant statement. Remember, Operation Sindoor has never been called off. It's still ongoing. Listen in.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be amidst this August Assembly of the eminent speakers and participants at the Delhi.
The Defence Minister there prefacing his speech with these comments. Very significant comments, viewers. Remember, the Prime Minister is in Bhutan. He's expected to return tomorrow. I'll bring in Arunima on that in just a few moments. I want to pick up the thread with Ishan Wani. Ishan, so the three doctors, Dr. Muzammal, Dr. Adil, Dr. Umar, all go back to Pulwama. But there are three OGWs also, overground workers. How do they tie in? Can you elaborate on that point? Ankur also there with us, and I'm going to bring him in right after. Yes, Ishan.
Yes, Rahul, once the posters were pasted, they were also found to be pasting the posters. There were his record of being a chronic stone pelter and also being overground workers of these outfits. And initially, they were the ones who were picked up for questioning, which led to the detention of a Maulvi or a cleric at a mosque in Shopian. And on his sustained interrogation, he then revealed the plot because the overground workers did not possibly knew the entire plot. Then the sustained interrogation of that Maulana or Maulvi in a mosque in Shopian at Srinagar revealed the plot that they were linked to Jaish and there's possibility of ISIS angle also being there. And later on, his sustained interrogation revealed the names of doctors, 3 doctors, and Umar could not be found. Police had also come here. If you look at this particular house, police had also searched through this house on the day they found out the name, but he couldn't be located. His family tried to contact him, tell him to come home because the police was looking for him, but he became, an absconder. He was never found. The family could not get in touch with it. There are angles and clues and leads which are leading and pointing out at one direction. We don't know whether, after DNA samples confirmed, because family is saying that, he had switched off his phone a couple of days back and he hasn't been in contact with the family. And he had told them that not to contact him because he's busy in the university studying. And that's the sort of detailing that they have, the sort of leads that the police has. They indicate that it could be Umar who could be involved in the entire episode, because he was the one. Even in yesterday when we spoke to the police, they said that they're looking for Umar and they're looking for more arrests in this case. They were talking through an encrypted app, made difficult for the forces to actually go through their web of chat and to read their digital footprints, but they were able to tap in the network and they were able to bring it down. But police yesterday announced they were able to do it, but they had also said that there are few people who will be arrested in the days to come, but possibly did not have much of the hint or clue that this kind of action would be undertaken possibly by the same doctor who is for now missing, but could be possibly the one who could be driving that vehicle in Delhi.
Well, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Stay on with me. I want to go across to Ankur. Ankur, what's the latest you're picking up from the ground and from your sources in the agencies?
So Rahul, now the NIA team has reached, and along with the 2-3 officers, they are now examining the spot. And in our previous show, eyewitness told CNN News 18 that yes, due to the intensity of the explosion, the various body parts were found nearby area of the blast site. So if I show our viewers that about the area, so this is basically the Gauri Shankar temple. And the site, if you can see that white tent is basically the blast site that has been covered with the white tent, and just close to the approximately 150 meters away, this Gauri Shankar Mandir is there. And according to the eyewitness who told us that a few body parts were also found just in front of the Gauri Shankar Mandir. And in fact, the forensics officers were also took the sample from this place. And also, if I request my VJ to show you the other part of the area, that second fire tender, which is just in front of this first tender, they also took sample from that area. So you can understand the gravity of the explosion. So they have taken sample from approximately 300 to 400 meters. So this is very different blast which earlier Delhi has seen. So the intensity of the blast is very, very high.
Any idea what explosive was used? Was it ammonium nitrate? Was it a cocktail? Some people are hinting at perhaps something more potent. Akash also joins the broadcast. I'll be coming across to you, Akash. Yes.
So Rahul, according to our sources, there must be some cocktail. It cannot be ammonium nitrate alone. Why? Because the intensity. If you see the visuals of the car, at least 6 to 7 cars have been completely damaged. 2 auto rickshaws have been completely damaged. Multiple injuries. 8 dead bodies before reaching to the hospital. The persons already died on the spot. So the gravity of the explosion is very high. It is still under investigation. According to our sources, they have hinted a very high sophisticated explosive which has been used along with the other explosive.
Well, viewers, there's a lot of talk. We're not going to jump the gun here. There's a lot of talk about one particular kind of explosive, but we're not going to go there till we get confirmation. Akash, the defense minister making a very, very significant statement. And I can tell you, if you just jog your memory back in time to about 2 months ago, the Jaish-e-Mohammed commander sitting in Pakistan, Masood Azhar, had vowed vengeance after his family members were killed during Operation Sindoor. So this is also supposed to be a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Things are tying in, aren't they?
Oh yes, first of all, I want to talk about, the statement by Raksha Mantri. It is, first time after the blast that happened last evening. And 2 important things that Raksha Mantri has conveyed. He was speaking at Manohar Parrikar Defence Institute, where this program, Delhi Defence Dialogue, has been organized. And in the inaugural address, he has said that he wants to assure the countrymen that those who are responsible for this blast will not be spared and they'll brought to justice. Clear message coming from the Raksha Mantri of this country, Rahul. Secondly, he has also said that, whatever will be the findings of this particular investigation will be made public. And right now we know that how the central agencies are basically investigating, as to what happened, under what circumstances, and who is actually responsible for the sort of blast that happened yesterday. Now, coming to Jaish-e-Mohammed, module and the sort of linkages and the possibility of linkages. Rahul, we know that, since Operation Sindoor, there have been developments in Pakistan where they have, in fact, shifted their headquarters to KPK. And in fact, a number of activities that have happened. In fact, we have reported in the last 6 months that how there are provocative statements, coming from, their leaders and also those who are somewhere heading the organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. Also, as far as this particular, incident is concerned and the sort of linkage, because right now agencies are also trying to connect the dots. We know about the kilos of explosives that were recovered yesterday, the Faridabad angle, the Jammu Kashmir angle, and our, colleagues are reporting from Jammu and Kashmir and, in fact, from Faridabad as well, that how there is a possibility of some sort of definite link between, what has been recovered by the agencies and also what happened yesterday.
Okay.
If or not, it was some sort of, some sort of blast that was carried out, in fear that, they'll be trapped as well, or some sort of recoveries will be made to this particular component as well. We still don't know, and, we'll wait for some sort of conclusion to the investigation. But right now, this big statement coming from Raksha Mantri of the country that those who are responsible for this blast won't be spared and will be brought to justice, Rahul.
Well, stay on with me. I just want to go straight across to Anand Narasimhan because he has a very big exclusive update to give us. Anand, over to you.
Well, top intelligence sources, Rahul Shivshankar, and to our viewers at 11:34 this morning on Tuesday, we can say that there is a combination of a threat and a claim capability and a political messaging. This is a technique that the Jaish uses to intimidate. But Rauf Asghar, Masood Azhar, they have repeatedly said that they are ready and they have already put things into place, into action, and the target will be Delhi. That's also something that has come across. The threat of a Jaish orchestrated module that would operate, curate, and then perhaps at the end of the day perpetrate attacks, a series of terror attacks in Bharat, is something that is now seriously manifesting. The connection of these white-collar terrorists who have been involved in this Faridabad bust and also the Red Fort blast, their connection with the Jaish module and with the Jaish is now being established. International connections, the Pak ISI link, all of that will slowly emerge through the course of the investigation as we are piecing together the details. But we are in possession of an audio of Rauf Asgar from not so long ago. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us this audio, which very clearly says that the Jaish will hit back. The Jaish has already put processes in motion, and the Jaish has already got its operatives who are working on ground to try and tear the social fabric of Bharat via proxy war. Now, more interestingly, Rahul, we have to not just limit ourselves to what we are seeing in the Al-Falah module, the Faridabad module, the Pulwama Connect and Red Fort blast, but also bring in what was unearthed by the Gujarat ATS in Ahmedabad, where there is another doctor who was trying to go the non-kinetic biochemical way by using ricin and create mass poisoning and hysteria and deaths. So the enemy is desperate, and there are many who are looking at how long are you going to not keep your finger off the unpause button with respect to Op Sindoor. That's another question, but clearly the Pakistanis and these terror outfits, they want to create terror in Bharat. And the next 2-3 months is also very critical. Deepavali, there was warnings by the Raksha Mantri, the army chief, saying don't try anything diabolical. So clearly the intelligence had a sense कि कुछ कारनामा करने की कोशिश करेंगे. But more importantly, now between November to the 22nd of January, this is important. Period. 25th of November, there is a big ceremony in Ayodhya that is being planned with the Dhwajaravan and completion of the Ram Mandir. There is also till 22nd of January, the anniversary of Ram Mandir, being consecrated, temple being consecrated. It's important. There are a lot of festivals. There is again a series of festive season that starts. Winter time, there will be some activity that they are desperate to try and force. 7 months after Operation Sindoor, and the Jaish saying we are recalibrating. Their terror hubs are the infrastructure is being rebuilt. There are so many things that are happening simultaneously, but more importantly, they seem to have let loose white-collar terrorists, professionals who can hide in plain sight and orchestrate something as devious and diabolical as we are now unearthing in and around Delhi NCR.
Anand, are you surprised? Look, I posed this question to a couple of experts yesterday, General Dhillon, Sushant Sareen and others, as to why Pakistan would not be deterred for a longer period of time. Operation Sindoor was very significant. It took out a huge amount of capacity and capabilities of the Pakistani armed forces, and also, of course, inflicted much damage, as you know, on the terror infrastructure. Are you surprised that this has happened so quickly within just about 6-7 months, as you said?
The planning may have been, on for a long time. In fact, it's the Pakistanis who were surprised with Operation Sindoor. There are many like Major Manik Jolly, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who have very clearly said, and there are others too, who have said that Pahalgam was actually the start of a new chapter of unleashing terror on Indian soil. So this was trying to recreate the 2001 to 2011 period, a decade of terrorism, again after about a decade and a half, to unleash it and restart that entire process. So Pahalgam was the first, and from thereafter they would have wanted to orchestrate a series of terror attacks until the UP elections in 2027 over the course of the next 2-3 years, which would perhaps derail the growth story. Now we have to see there is a huge link to Bharat's rise and its growth story, along with Pakistan's fall and its balkanization or near balkanization and its crumbling. And the jihadis wanted to make a threat, and that's the reason why. Derail Bharat by creating proxy war or kinetic, non-kinetic forms of terror, create mayhem, keep the people not just underconfident, but also in a state of fear, panic, and also lacking self-belief and conviction. That's what they wanted to do with Bharat society. Let's not forget which was the place which was thwarted or attacked between the 90s and 2000, soon after liberalization. It was Mumbai, the financial capital. If you keep the financial capital and the throes of terror and keep people panicked, looking under their seat, looking at their backs, looking over their shoulder, they won't be able to look ahead and march ahead. The financial capital was surrounded and shrouded in terror. This is a master strategy. So now what do they want to do? They want to do the capital, Delhi. Let's try and attack Delhi. Let's try and attack religious religious establishment and target the Hindu faith. The Pahalgam module or the Pahalgam attack was a recalibration to say terror attacks not just in Bharat but concentrated terror attacks on non-Muslim areas and especially Hindu regions and Hindu people, single them out, attack them and keep Bharat, push Bharat into a flux. Now this is another part of the strategy or of the playbook that emanates from the ISI and it's manifest via its proxies or perhaps its non-military extensions, that is these terror tanzeems. This is something which many experts have said could be started again. So Operation Sindoor was the aberration which actually paused their terror actions and their activities, the terrorist activities, which would have started in April and perhaps continued on into January, February, and every month some series of attacks to push Bharat into the throes of being a terror nation or a panic nation. No tourists, no investments, stymie the growth and create a sense or psychological sense of fear, etc., and depression, etc., to thwart Bharat's growth story. Because the gap between Bharat and Pakistan now is an awning gap which the Pakistanis and those losers of the 1971 war and their progeny can never bridge in the near next 3-4 decades. So what to do? If we can't rise, let's pull the adversary down by whatever means possible. And is that the playbook that we are witnessing now unfold? We have to wait and watch. So that's why it's got to be huge credit to our security agencies, the Jammu and Kashmir police, Haryana police, etc., because they've been able to bust this 3-ton explosive material haul. 3 tons of explosive material. And Major Manikjoli did the math.
And the Ricin plot.
Yeah,
let's not forget that.
I mean,
that could have been absolutely devastating. A biochemical weapon like that would have really, really caused a huge amount of casualties. Look, Anand, just stay on with me. I'm just taking a very short break because I want to pick up on a couple of other threads with you as well as Akash. We're going to bring them back because we're just taking a very short break. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The car is parked and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put 2 and 2 together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning. And now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manikjoli was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired? So kudos to our agencies there. But he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Suneri Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen, or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Azil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that.
News and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid, and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice, alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module. The bust, Dr. Umar was on the run. He was at large. Was he the person? Is he now the person who was driving the car? Do the upper facial features match the person who's sitting with the face mask?
Viewers, the heart of any aftermath of a terror attack is investigation, and the NIA is deputing larger number of its personnel at the site to pick up forensic evidence. If you have to build a case for retributive action, you must have the facts at your fingertips. And I want to go straight across to Ankur Sharma. Ankur Sharma, lots of NIA officials of different seniority there now.
Yes, Rahul, now NIA officials, including the SP, female SP officer, along with the other senior officers, have already reached. They are examining the spot. They have been joined by Special Cell DCP Mr. Kushwa, and now we have just FSL, a senior officer of FSL has also arrived. So basically it is now just the formality to transfer the case to NIA, and it is important that all the terror cases are being handled by NIA. So NIA is the right authority, right investigation agency to probe this matter, and their officers are already working since yesterday. Back to you.
Thanks. Let me just bring in Anand. Anand, before the break, we were talking very animatedly about the depths to which Pakistan's establishment might be involved. Now remember, this comes on the back of a major move in Pakistan via a constitutional amendment to give the army a greater role in the running of the country. So there's a hybrid model that they've come up with, which sort of makes it very difficult to separate and put in silos the Pakistani state. So clearly there is now a move towards unification there. So if a terror module is acting, it can't have gone rogue, could it have? It would have definitely have been blessed by the establishment as a whole.
Well, it's no doubt when Pakistani officers and generals and then top cops are standing there behind proscribed terrorists at the funeral of Lashkar Kader, who were, neutralized during Operation Sindoor. It's very clear that this is no proxy now. They are an extended arm of the Pakistani military, these jihadi tanzeems. The Pakistani military is actively canvassing collection of money and also redirecting money towards rebuilding of the facilities at Muridke and Bahawalpur. So there is no doubt about that. And also, we not only have Rauf Asgar's audio, we also have Masood Azhar's audio where he's urging women to also be recruited and radicalized and to join this entire fight, what he calls as a fair fight or acts of terror. And one of the people accused in this entire Al-Falah module is Dr. Shaheen, who's a lady doctor. Now, this lady is also close to Muzammil and Dr. Azil. So, and an AK-47 was recovered from her car. So, women are being radicalized. Women are also being recruited. So, and these are all white-collar terrorists. So, the Jaish is not just evolved as, operandi modus, but it's also deeply radicalizing entities and, seeding entities who over the years are waiting and biding their time and then striking when they are asked to. Now, is this the only module? We have to wait and watch. Are there others? There is a probability. We'll get details of the high security level meeting, but we must understand that this enemy is not going to learn. Demolishing their terror infrastructure is not going to thwart them. If they are going to reorganize as a military state, the military is going to desperately tell these jihadis that you go ahead and do whatever you want as long as Bharat is bleeding and Bharat is tense, because we cannot grow like Bharat, so let Bharat also suffer like us.
Yeah.
That's how radicalized and far gone they are. And why talk about a state that is in doldrums? The point is, how soon before we redraw the map, we redraw the dynamics, because the generals and the Raksha Mantri have very clearly hinted that the next unpause of Operation Sindoor, there will be a geographical alteration. So they have changed the theatre of action and the field of play.
Well, viewers, of course, we'll have to wait and watch. We can't preempt, we can't quote. We have to be ready on our terms if you have to take retribution. But the Defence Minister making it clear, viewers, that there is going to be retribution, that those responsible will be punished. Short break, viewers. When we come back, we're going to pick up on the female terror angle. We're also going to look at those that have been arrested and the larger conspiracy, and whether there are other modules out there, viewers, who are ready to strike. We're taking a very short break.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Thank you for that. Neeraj Kumarji, former Commissioner of Police, is with us. Neerajji, namaste. Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. Your first comment on this entire development, even as Rahul Shivshankar also joins us on the broadcast. What do you surmise, sir, and this entire threat of white-collar terrorism?
It's extremely worrisome because after a lapse of so many years, there has been this blast. The last blast took place in the year 2011 outside Delhi High Court, which means after 14 years, we are seeing terror raise its ugly head all over again in Delhi. So it's extremely worrisome.
Neerajji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Good morning. Unfortunately, we begin with bad news. Obviously, this is not something any one of us expected. As you rightly said, last terror attack took place in the Union capital outside the Delhi High Court building, and that was in 2011. So history repeating itself, this time with another brutality. I just want you to put this into perspective for some of our viewers who might be joining us. What do you make of this? What do you think is the motivation behind all of this, specifically when it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor? Do you believe that there are, of course, cross-border ties, but how does this sort of link up in the larger situation that is obviously unfolded after Operation Sindoor?
See, as a police officer, ex-police officer, I would say that it is too premature to link this to Pakistan or to link it to any particular terror group. Like a true scientist, we have to wait for more evidence to emerge so that we can say with certainty. I don't believe in speculating. I don't believe in surmising or theorizing. The possibilities that there is a possible Pakistan link, the possibility that there is an interstate terror module at work here, the possibility that huge amount of explosives were stored for likely, say, a series of blasts. They are all possibilities, but we cannot say for sure. And it would be premature to begin to, postulate that our neighbor is testing our patience. Our neighbor is trying to prove.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Shambura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module, and the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car, were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
CNN News 18 keeping you ahead with accurate and updated information, breaking a lot of news first, but only after verification. Viewers, if you want authentic news, if you want news that has been validated, stick with our coverage. We brought you the CCTV's footage first. We brought you the Pulwama, Faridabad, Delhi link first. We've been able to establish the individuals, the antagonists and the protagonists first. So stay with us. I just want to quickly, viewers, at the top of 12 noon, give you a quick update on the big leads so far. Delhi police has tightened its noose in the Delhi terror blast probe. FIR registered under UAPA Act and Explosive Substance Act. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a high-level security review meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh assures citizens, says perpetrators will soon be brought to justice. A loaded statement. The I-20 used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's kin now detained for questioning by police in Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Suspected bomber Dr. Umar was a close aide of Dr. Adil of Faridabad's Al-Falah module. Pulwama link to Delhi terror blast emerges. Owner of I-20 identified as Tariq, a resident of Pulwama's Shambura village, who has now been detained for questioning as this plot thickens. From the first confirmation of terror blast to Faridabad module in the Pulwama link, CNN News 18 tracks all angles to Delhi terror blast with the largest team on the ground. And viewers, in other news, not insignificant, it's a high-stakes battle as the final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on the CNN News 18 Post 6. And as toxic smog continues to blanket national capital, GRAP Stage 3 implemented by Air Quality Watchdog. Viewers, I don't need to remind you, but we've been rolling with this coverage now for the last almost 12 hours to 15 hours. A deadly explosion near Red Fort metro station on Monday evening at 6:55 has claimed at least 8 lives and injured several others. Delhi police have registered an FIR under the UAPA Explosive Substance Act and section of the BNS for murder and conspiracy. The Hyundai I-20 used in the blast has been traced to Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Its original owner, Muhammad Salman, and another man, Tariq, have been detained for illegal vehicle transfer. They're thought to be OGWs or overground workers, terror workers. Authorities suspect terror links with Dr. Umar Nabi, an alleged suicide bomber connected to the Faridabad module. He's the one who was driving the car when it exploded. The Faridabad Police Crime Branch is conducting searches in multiple locations, including the Royal Car Zone Agency, which is in Faridabad, just a few meters, viewers, few meters from where Al-Falah, that hospital is, that medical establishment is, where some of the conspirators were working. Home Minister Amit Shah is currently chairing a key security meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, on the other hand, is assured that those responsible will be brought to justice. Big breaking news also coming in that suggests that tomorrow when the Prime Minister returns, a CCS meeting will also be taking place at around 5:30. Now, Prime Minister is travelling to Bhutan today, and we are learning that once he is back, he will be chairing that Cabinet Committee of Security at 5:30 tomorrow after Prime Minister is back from Bhutan. Aman Sharma with more details. Akash also joining the broadcast. Aman, very quickly over to you. What can you tell us about this? This is very important.
Well, Rahul, first thing, the Prime Minister is about to speak in Bhutan. This could be a very, very important speech. It is expected to begin in a short while from now. So first is the speech by the PM, which is happening in Bhutan. Let's see if he refers to this dastardly incident which has happened outside the Red Fort. And what I'm learning is that tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister is back from Bhutan, there will be a cabinet meeting as well as likely a cabinet committee on security meeting around 5:30 p.m. in the evening. A full report will be presented to the Prime Minister tomorrow evening when he's back from Bhutan on what all has been discovered by the investigating agencies, what all evidence has been found, because now there is increasingly the fingers are pointing towards the Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed, that this is a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. That is what initial investigation is showing. So if these links are there, the Jaish-e-Mohammed link is there, if the Pakistan link is there, and the Prime Minister is briefed about that tomorrow evening when he's back, remember, Operation Sindoor is only on pause. Operation Sindoor is not over. India has publicly said earlier that if there is another terror attack against us, we will treat it like an act of war. So I think it's going to be very important what the investigating agencies put together in today as well as tomorrow before the Prime Minister is back for this very crucial Cabinet Committee on Security and Cabinet meeting at 5:30 p.m. This is also what happened soon after Pulwama, Rahul, if you remember. The Prime Minister was abroad, and as soon as he landed back, he did a CCS meeting, he did a Cabinet meeting, and some big steps were taken post that meeting chaired by the PM soon after the attack in Kashmir, which we saw in Pahalgam. So this is very important. Prime Minister will speak in a short while. Let's see if he speaks on this Delhi attack, and tomorrow when he's back, a full report to be presented to him by the investigating agencies on what all links they have found on this particular Pulwama Faridabad module, and is it linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, and ultimately is it linked to Pakistan?
Okay, stay on with me. I just want to go straight across to Akash, but just before that, playing out this soundbite, very, very significant. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaking at the IDSA, viewers, and before he spoke on the subject that he was invited to speak on, he made these comments. He prefaced that speech with these comments, very significant. Listen in.
From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
Let me go straight across to Akash, who covers the Defense Ministry. Very significant statement, Akash. I just want to ask you this, because obviously Operation Sindoor was undertaken to impose deterrence on Pakistan. Now we've come full circle. We've got a situation where obviously the Jaish-e-Mohammed, based out of Pakistan, known to be the rabble-rouser in Pakistan, militantly opposed to the Indian worldview, has reportedly struck again. We're not saying for sure, but definitely there are linkages at the Red Fort, very significant, heart of the Union capital, symbolically extremely important.
Right, Rahul, we are not drawing any conclusion here, but this is important to mention that, the kind of indications or the kind of theories that are emerging out of the investigation are definitely pointing out towards Jaish-e-Mohammed, the organization very much based in Pakistan, responsible for the sort of activities that have happened in the past here in the country. Right now, while, we are discussing this blast, Prime Minister is in Bhutan and in fact has started his address. But right now, the important statement by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, you rightly pointed out, Operation Sindoor is very much on. It is only the cessation of the activities that happened in the month of May. But it has been pointed out categorically by not just Raksha Mantri, but also by the service chiefs. And today, while we are talking,
मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice. साथियों, आज यहां एक तरफ गुरु पद्म संभव के आशीर्वाद के साथ ग्लोबल पीस प्रेयर फेस्टिवल का आयोजन हो रहा है। दूसरी ओर भगवान बुद्ध के पिपरहवा अवशेषों के दर्शन हो रहे हैं और इनके सबके साथ हम सब हिज मैजेस्टी द फोर्थ किंग के 70वें जन्मदिन समारोह का साक्षी बन रहे हैं। ये आयोजन इतने सारे लोगों की गरिमामय उपस्थिति, इसमें भारत और भूटान के रिश्तों की मजबूती नजर आती है।
Very significant, viewers, very, very significant. The Prime Minister in Bhutan making a very, very, very loaded comment saying that all those who are behind this, ideologically behind this, will be brought to justice. Aman Sharma is there with us. It's the second big statement coming out of the Indian establishment. Rajnath Singh already warning that there is going to be repercussions. And now the Prime Minister, very much reminiscent of what he had said 6-7 months ago in Bihar, viewers, when he had come out and said very clearly that those responsible will be brought to justice, once again invoking those sentiments. Aman, this again happening on foreign soil in Bhutan. Applause rang out when the Prime Minister made that comment. This is a very, very significant statement coming from the Prime Minister, looking very grim and determined.
Absolutely, Rahul. This is a dire warning, I think, to the terrorists, the terrorist groups which may be behind this. The Prime Minister clearly saying all those responsible will be brought to justice. Our agencies are working day and night to get to the bottom of this conspiracy. That is what the word the Prime Minister has used, षड्यंत्र. तो हमारी एजेंसियां उसके तह तक जाएंगी. Our agencies will get to the bottom of this conspiracy. No conspirator, no perpetrator will be spared. You know, this is the same language, Rahul, which the Prime Minister had used before Operation Sindoor, if you remember, soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, when he had spoken in Bihar and said that our agencies will go to the ends of the earth to catch and punish the perpetrators and the conspirators of the Pahalgam attack. The Prime Minister is repeating that warning now. He's clearly saying all those responsible will be brought to justice. He's also saying that he was up all night yesterday talking to the agencies, talking to the concerned officials. We know he spoke to the Home Minister, he spoke to the National Security Advisor, he has spoken to other top officials, the Home Secretary, the Director IB, the Prime Minister has spoken to all the senior officials. I believe what I'm told by my sources, the Prime Minister has told all the officials to prepare the complete report. What is the, as the Prime Minister himself said, that all our agencies are connecting the dots. So all these dots will be connected. The entire report will be presented to the Prime Minister when he is back tomorrow from Bhutan. Then follows the very, very crucial Cabinet Committee on Security and the Cabinet meeting, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow in Delhi. And we could see a big decision or a big public statement coming from the government post that meeting. Because right now what the agencies are doing, they are piecing together the dots. You know, is Jaish-e-Mohammed involved? What is the connection between the Faridabad module and the Pulwama module? Is it directed from Pakistan? All these concrete evidence is being collected by the agencies as we speak. The forensic examination at the site of the terror attack is also being conducted to know what kind of explosives has been used. You know, this car coming from after the module was in fact busted yesterday by the agencies. You know, key arrests were made, but this one man in a desperate act, maybe feeling that, you know, the entire module had been busted, has done this terror attack.
Hold your thoughts, because I'm going to replay that soundbite from the Prime Minister speaking in Bhutan, viewers, very significant on foreign soil, saying this.
मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
इसके पीछे की षड्यंत्रों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। अमन,
इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को, तो who are the real perpetrators, the handlers, who are the real conspirators behind this attack? That is a very significant word, and I must point out the same thing the Prime Minister said after the Pahalgam terror attack, that there may be bigger forces behind this. Is he hinting towards the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan, the Pakistan state actors? Well, the evidence will throw it up in the next couple of days, in the next maybe 24 hours once the PM is back. But it is very clear that the Jaish-e-Mohammed role in this particular terror attack is becoming clearer by the hour, and that is what the agencies are also pointing to. Once these explosives, the forensic report is out, and once all these dots are joined, be it from Faridabad to Pulwama to what has happened. Remember, Rahul, Jaish-e-Mohammed had vowed revenge against the Indian strike which happened on their headquarters, in which many family members of Masood Azhar were killed. We have also played, our security affairs editor Manoj Gupta brought this information just to us a few minutes back on how Rauf Asgar's threat was also public, that Jaish-e-Mohammed had vowed revenge. Is this all linked? Because that is what the Prime Minister's words are now, I feel are hinting towards when he's saying that I was in contact through the night with all the agencies investigating the incident. Our agencies will go to the root of this conspiracy, and those who have plotted this will not be spared. So I think the Prime Minister is very clear. It is now the job of the agencies over the next one day to join these dots, and we may have much more to, we'll know much more once this Cabinet Committee on Security and Cabinet meeting, very crucial meetings happen at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister lands back in Delhi from Bhutan.
Well, viewers, we're going to, of course, split the screen in just a few moments. We're going to pull out that soundbite of the Prime Minister before Operation Sindoor, and then bring this particular one into play, and you can then make out the similarities there of intent and of words. So, Aman, this really is a signal. I just want to go across to Akash also, if you're just going to stay on with me, Aman. Akash, we don't have Akash. Aman, this particular soundbite now clearly is presaging intent, and politically it is also very significant.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. And, I think the Prime Minister staying true to his words. We saw just before the ceasefire happened on May 10th, we saw this official statement from the government that if there is a terror attack in the future on Indian soil, we will treat it as an act of war.
Stay on with me. I want to go straight across to Arunima also. Arunima, let me bring you into this conversation. Big developments. Aman on one side, Arunima on the other. Arunima, very quickly, just talk us through the implications of this comment there.
So, very clearly when Pahalgam had happened, Government of India led by Prime Minister Modi had made India's doctrine very clear. Every act of terror would be treated as an act of war. Officially speaking, nobody in the top government functionary level has called what has happened at Red Fort an act of terror as yet. But if you see the Delhi Police FIR, there are sections of Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, and indications are that the case will be transferred to NIA. So that is enough indication that Government of India is treating this as a terrorist attack. Who's behind this? Well, the perpetrator, prima facie, has been identified. The DNA test procedure is being carried out, and Jaish-e-Mohammed handler is what is suspected. If this is conclusively established, if the role of Jaish-e-Mohammed is established conclusively, then let's go back to what happened in Pahalgam. Once again, we are staring at a similar situation. Government of India, like I said, has made it very clear that terror perpetrators, people who are sitting across the border, they will not be spared. And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, as recently this week, had done an interview with Network 18, where he again reiterated that Operation Sindoor is only on pause mode. It has not concluded. That has been the government's position all this while. So what the Prime Minister just said, And combine that with all the background that I gave you, makes it very clear how seriously the government is thinking about this. Internal security wise, the top minds of the country are meeting at Home Minister's residence at the moment. But I think when the Prime Minister returns, I will not be surprised if a CCS meeting is called for step 2.
Well, just stay on with me, Arunima, because there's more breaking news coming in. This probe is widening, viewers, even as we speak. We are being told that the Jammu and Kashmir Police and UP ATS is conducting raids in Lucknow, linked to the Faridabad terror module after Delhi blasts. According to sources, the team reached the residence of Shaheen, a female friend of Dr. Muzammil. What can you tell us, Arunima, about this angle of the female suspect?
So, there are multiple doctors and medical professionals who were allegedly part of that module. From what I hear from Jammu and Kashmir Police, which initially cracked cracked open this entire module, is that they found on an encrypted platform all these doctors were together, including the female doctor who was part of this. I think the assault rifle, the AK series rifle, was also recovered from her premises. And this is not surprising to the agencies at all, because even in the past, National Investigation Agency, during its probe, at least twice, one wherein Jamia Millia Islamia, a couple which was I think a PhD scholar, one woman, one man, radicalized, were picked up by NIA, and that trail took them all the way to Pune, where again a girl was allegedly radicalized, a young girl in her early 20s was radicalized by the same group. So targeting women who are professionals, who are highly educated, has been a modus operandi that terror groups have been following some time now. So arrest of this female doctor is not a surprise to the agencies at all.
Okay, let me just bring in Anshul. What do you mean when you, how do you assess this ATS probe widening, bringing in Dr. Shaheen? How does she tie into this entire sort of crackdown?
Well, she's a very crucial piece of this entire puzzle. Remember, this entire case opened up once Dr. Adil was arrested from Saharanpur, and then in sustained interrogation, he went ahead and named Dr. Muzammil, who was an educator over here at the Al-Shafa University over here. And then it is over here itself that the female Dr. Shahina was also employed over here. In fact, when sustained interrogation happened, with the said accused Dr. Muzammil, he said that there is an assault rifle that is in a Swift car that is owned by Shahina herself. When searches were conducted in that vehicle, that assault rifle was recovered from her vehicle itself, and there were other cartridges that were also recovered from her possession. Post this, she was taken into custody by the Jammu Kashmir police and was taken back to Jammu Kashmir, where after interrogation she was arrested yesterday. Now, to make sure that there are no other explosives or weapons that
well, I'm getting updates from Arunima to suggest that the meeting at the Home Minister's, the one that he was sort of chairing, has ended. Arunima, what can you tell us? We're just going to put out those visuals, but yes, over to you.
Yes, so just a second back, we saw the vehicles of top officials moving out. Delhi Commissioner of Police, Director General of IB, Union Home Secretary, NSG DG, they were all present in this meeting along with NIA DG Sadanand Date. We are given to understand that this probe could soon move, as early by this evening or by tomorrow morning. This probe could well move to NIA. In this meeting, we are told all the details of the investigation so far. Jammu and Kashmir DGP Nalin Prabhat also joined virtually, because this case, like we were reporting, was first unearthed by Jammu and Kashmir Police, and it is again leading to Pulwama. So what is it that Jammu and Kashmir Police has on record so far? What is it that Delhi Police Special Cell has managed to retrieve from the spot? NSG's post-blast analysis team, there was some suspicion, even though ammonium nitrate was the primary suspicion. They wanted to check if any other high-grade explosive has been found on the ground. So at this meeting, all these inputs were once again brought together, and at least 2 senior officials just left. The others are still inside. So we are given to understand that the meeting is concluding, and the next step towards finding out the other members of the module, that is the key task that the intelligence agencies have been given.
Well, let me go across to Ishan Mani. Stay on with me, Arunima, because I'm being told that there is a joint operation being conducted, and that the joint team of the UP ATS and the Jammu and Kashmir police have reached the residence of Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen, a female friend of Dr. Mujammil. Give us a bit of a background, Ishan, about Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen.
She's being associated with Dr. Muzammil. What is being reported is that she was very close to Dr. Muzammil there, and it was her car initially from where the ammunition was recovered in Faridabad. It was registered on her name, but she's not a native of Jammu and Kashmir. She's a native of Lucknow, and she was picked up possibly from there. And she has been also questioned regarding her role. Had she been aware of it? But yes, her name has also emerged later on, but it was not mentioned by the J&K police in their final drafted press release sent to the media. But later on her name emerged that she is also the one who has been detained for questioning and has later on been arrested. But as far as Muzammil is concerned, you will see I'm at the Muzammil's residence here in Pulwama. The distance between Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil's house is barely 1 kilometer. They live 1 kilometer away from each other, and this is the house which is there. His sister is also a doctor. We shortly spoke to her. She says we believe in the law, and if a brother is guilty, then they don't have any remorse, and they believe that since he always talked about studies, books, so he's possibly has been forced to do this, and she believes that the law will take its own course, but she believes that brother is innocent. But at the same time, you have the J&K police and the police there in the UP cracking down on those location where he was staying in, and that's where if you remember, all of this material was dumped and all of this material was recovered. So his link to the case is extremely important. And remember, as I said earlier, between Dr. Umar to Dr. Muzammil, it's barely 1 kilometer distance between the two houses, less than 1 kilometer distance.
Well, viewers, that's one aspect to all of this, but we're also getting more updates, and this is a big CNN News 18 exclusive news break. We've accessed the leaflets found near Nagaon, Jammu and Kashmir. Top intelligence sources have told us that Jaish-affiliated terrorists reportedly attacked Red Fort. We know this metro yesterday, but the letter appears to have been issued under the name of a banned Pakistan-based terror outfit. What's in this letter? When does it date back to? Let's go straight across to Anand Narsimhan. Anand, what can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Rahul, and to our viewers. This is a letter dated the 17th of October 2025 where there is an internal warning. Now, this points to multiple aspects. One, there is something that's being planned in Bharat. Two, there is a warning that people should not leak this information or break ranks. Three, of severe punishment for those who do not follow the orders or who try and break away and try and leak information of whatever is being planned. And the third is, and fourthly, a reiteration of the commitment to try and commit and act these acts which are supposed to be mandated, and this must be done. Now, this Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, this being brought back into life, or the effort to try and resurrect it, and this connection from the erstwhile Zakir Musa and their connection with Jaish. They broke away from Hizbul Mujahideen. At that time, Zakir Musa had broken off, and there were connections re-established. At that time, they were these jihadi tanzeems in 2016, 2017 were competing with each other. So Hizbul was competing with Jaish, with Lashkar, and there was growing influence, and there were also those who believed that they wanted to do something different. But now they're all aligned, they're all collaborating, contributing in terms of resources, logistics, OGWs, etc. The white-collared OGWs now have turned white-collared terrorists. They are also implementing these actions, so not just facilitating.
So there it is, viewers. Of course, we're going to put a watermark over these pictures because, of course, this is exclusive material. But very quickly, Anand, this is that poster that was being splattered across all over Kashmir, and that's what really brought this entire conspiracy into the foreground, because one of these individuals who was posting these posters turned out to be affiliated to that module. And that module is the Faridabad module. So just go back on this and give us a quick...
Well, see, action hoga agar, and mentions punishment by the Amira or the commander. Now, this is written in Urdu, but this is what the interpretation is. The tone indicates that there is internal mistrust within the local Jaish network, that somebody would break ranks. There is also consistent pressure from recent counter-insurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir. But this poster was put out just to try and say that don't break ranks, don't try and be disloyal, and those who are supposed to be part of a Jaish network locally are supposed to work together. This text claims to communicate an internal directive or warning, and it mentions retaliation, loyalty and action against individuals allegedly betraying the organization. Now this were the leaflets that were found in Nogam. And after that, the investigation was actually mounted. And Adil was also seen putting out certain posters which were in Pulwama and in that region. But more importantly, once this came out, these posters were put out in Nogam. Clearly, it was sure that the Jaish was activating its local cadre here and its local recruits here.
Well, just stay on with me. I want to quickly go across to Ishan Bani if he's still there with us. And this is how the Jammu and Kashmir police, after seeing individuals posting these or pasting these posters on walls, began to unravel this entire chronology, which is left, of course, to us to now determine whether it was connected in any which way. And from all visible indications, Anand, it does appear. We don't quite have Ishan right now, but Anand, so 3 OGWs
yes,
were involved in pasting all this material, this warning from Jaish to perhaps its cadres in Kashmir to say, look, toe the line, don't break ranks, do what is told to you, right? That's what's happened.
And these are chronic stone pelters of the past. So these 3 were stone pelters. Ishan getting us these details. Arif Nisar Dar, alias Sahil. He is a resident of Nogam in Srinagar.
Okay, so
Yasirul Ashraf.
Just hold on, because I have Ishan. I'll just go back to him. We were trying to get him on. I didn't mean to cut you off, Anand. Just give me 30 seconds. I just want to go straight across to Ishan. Ishan, this poster that was being pasted across Kashmir is the key, really, to this entire investigation, because it's from there. Now, just talk us through a little bit about Arif Nisar Dar, alias Sahil, resident of Naugam, Srinagar, Yasirul Ashraf, resident of Naugam, Srinagar, Maqsood Ahmed Dar, alias Shahid, resident of Naugam, Srinagar. These are 3 individuals you were talking about, the OGWs, weren't they? So how do they all link into this?
Well, they were all part of this group. They were in their Telegram chats. They were part of this group which was planning for a very long time. But they were told, possibly by Dr. Adil, to paste these posters. And on finding these posters, police thrusted upon basic policing that we need to know that who are these people who have been pasting these posters. Though there are posters which appear from time to time, but very rarely. Since there has been a massive crackdown on these elements, there are rarely any posters which are pasted. But what generally these handlers do, they paste a poster, send it to their handler across, and then remove it so that they don't get nabbed. And what happened in this case is that the posters stayed there, and then police was alerted about these posters. They checked through CCTV footages. They got hold of these 3 persons. They were able to identify them. They have a history of being involved in stone pelting at security forces in the past. They've also worked as an overground workers, and that's from where entire thing started. Then happened.
Can you tell me when these individuals
this
were
person
released,
who is a local
and under
imam,
what circumstances were they released?
They must have been possibly on bail, or they were released in a very long time ago, because these are not new cases. Chronic stone pelting hasn't taken place post 2019. They must have been involved in stone pelting between 15, 14, 13. In some cases, they might have been also minors at that point of time. So they might have gone to rehabilitation centers, and then later on, security forces might have also consulted them and tried to ensure that they fit in the society once again. But that didn't happen in this case, and this actually I wanted to point out to this cleric in Shopian who's called Maulvi Irfan, and on his questioning, he was the first person who was able to provide solid leads to the security forces to really what is happening. He was in the know-how of the things. He knew that there is a group which is functioning very discreetly on Telegram. They are chatting on this platform because it is hard for forces to crack. It's highly encrypted. And then came the names of Dr. Adil, then a person from Gandarbal identified as Zamir Ahmed, who was close to this imam, was also held. He led them to Muzammil, and this entire modus operandi was unearthed. But yes, there could also be possibly, because police yesterday said it's a joint link between Jaish and ISIS. So this means that 2 different ideologies who are differently trying to eye Jammu and Kashmir and India are coming and clubbing together for something like what happened in Delhi yesterday.
I'm just going to go across to Arunima, but before that, I just want to bring in Anand. Anand, look, there are 2 aspects to this big breaking news, this big exclusive that we've put out. One is, of course, that there has been, once again, after elections in Jammu and Kashmir, a demand that political prisoners, which is a euphemism for pelters, etc., should be released. And that means that you can never be sure when they are back in society if they're going to be rehabilitated, integrated, or whether they consider themselves even part of the country and its apparatus. And secondly, of course, most importantly, that once again, you have a Maulvi through whom the indoctrination has taken place. So very, very quick views on that before I bring in Arunima. Yes.
Well, like General Pandey, former GOC 15 Corps says, Jammu and Kashmir currently shant hai, par wahan shanti nahi hai. That means that they are quiet right now. That doesn't mean that that is the equivalent of peace. The other thing is that it's not just Telegram, Rahul and Ishan. There are so many other platforms, encrypted platforms where communication is happening. We don't even know of those platforms. But how does this tie this entire chain of events? Imagine had the JK police not stumbled upon this poster, not arrested those OGWs, not stumbled on Maulvi Irfan, not caught Zahir Ahangar, and then via them Muhammad Dr. Azil, and from Azil, who was picked up in Kazigand, and from Kazigand, he's from Kazigand, he was picked up in Saharanpur. He had just moved to that government for hospital in Saharanpur. Look at this. They organizedly move from government medical colleges and also the local medical facilities, hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir to hospitals and universities, etc. outside of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's right.
And then take this forward into the hinterland beyond Jammu and Kashmir into the rest of Bharat. And these are white-collar terrorists, so that means they are highly radicalized, highly motivated and also patient, but they are Jaish motivated and they are Jaish cadre. So we know where the radicalization, where the instigation comes from.
So viewers, those that are demanding the release of these so-called political prisoners, viewers, are perhaps not being very pragmatic. That's all I can say here. But big breaking news coming in, and Arunima has some updates. Big breaking news. Well, meeting at the Union Home Minister's residence has just ended. Arunima, what can you tell us? What are the updates? What are the discussions focusing on?
Yes, so the meeting at the Home Minister's residence just got over. All the vehicles the last one also left a couple of minutes back. Union Home Secretary and DIB were present along with the Home Minister. Now, what was really on the table? Prime Minister has made it very clear that, this has to be avenged. So this will be avenged in a twin-pronged strategy. While a call will be taken, we are told that a Cabinet Committee on Security is likely to meet once the Prime Minister returns from Bhutan. But what decision is taken at the CCS level, we'll have to wait and see. But internal security-wise, the focus from the Union Home Ministry and the Internal Security Division is very clear that this module has to be, all parts of this module will have to be exposed. Right now, we know that there is a Haryana angle in Faridabad, there's a Saharanpur angle in Uttar Pradesh, there's a Jammu and Kashmir, and there's a Delhi angle. But there are other sleeper cells of this module. Like I told you last time around when NIA was probing a similar radicalization case, they found linkages all the way up to Pune. So there have been evidence in the past. All of those cases are being re-looked at because the strategy of these radicalized groups seem to be lie low, especially down south in Karnataka and in the area around Pune. In the past, there have been reasons to believe. So at this meeting, we are told the internal security apparatus is going to look afresh, share their intelligence real time, take action based on those intelligence and coordinate as far as as I'm speaking to you, there are more vehicles which are going out. I think the Home Minister is also stepping out. So we'll just get you a confirmation of where the Home Minister just left for. But after this meeting, there are multiple rounds of meeting before the Prime Minister arrives that is slotted. And the main focus is to A, expose that module, and B, look for any other sleeper cell or overground workers either in JK or in the rest of the country, because they suspect that what has happened is a well thought out plan to take the process of terror away from Jammu and Kashmir, just like in 2008, 2009, Indian Mujahideen had attempted.
Well, that is very, very significant. Big breaking news. Viewers, where, of course, the Union Home Minister is headed, we will get you those updates. But obviously, the security establishment, viewers, working behind the scenes over time to connect this dot, all the dots, and to unravel this entire conspiracy. Because tomorrow there's going to be a CCS. hours, a cabinet committee meeting on security, which will be held by the Prime Minister at 5:30 when he comes back from Bhutan. And he will want all the updates so he can take an informed decision on what to do next and who to punish, who to go after, who to target, and so on and so forth. Remember, viewers, the same thing almost happened after the attack in Pahalgam, if you remember, viewers. That was the turning point. And then we didn't hear much from the government. We heard that there was an investigation underway. And before we knew it, the Prime Minister came out and said that he's going to be taking very, very strict and stringent action against those that are behind the conspiracy, not just the conspirators who carried out that attack, but behind the conspiracy. And we know after that, Operation Sindoor unfolded. And this is exactly what the Prime Minister has said in Bhutan this morning. And I want us to play out that soundbite of the Prime Minister speaking in Bhutan. He presaged his address to a peace gathering there with these words, very important words. Listen in, viewers.
मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Now, viewers, this was, of course, this morning. Now I'm going to take you back a few months, a few weeks before Operation Sindoor. And this is what the Prime Minister said in Bihar, if I'm not mistaken. At the beginning of the electoral season, and this presaged what we did via Operation Sindoor. Listen in, viewers. Listen into this soundbite back then.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
The tonality there, very similar, ominous, very ominous. That was April 24th, 2025 at a public rally in Bihar, and now in Bhutan, viewers, November 11, 2025, the Prime Minister once again says that the conspirators behind this will not go unpunished. We are going to go after them. So very significant sound bites, viewers. Let's listen in now to some of the eyewitnesses who were actually at the scene at the very time this blast went off. Because, viewers, what is very important to know and still unanswered is whether one explosive was used or a cocktail of a few more explosives were used. And these testimonies will allow investigators to determine that, because at the heart of it really is the intensity of the blast, isn't it, viewers? Listen in.
आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं और कल शाम को क्या आप वहां पर थे घटनास्थल पर?
जी, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश अयोध्या का रहने वाला हूँ, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली में हूँ सर। लाल किले पे उस समय मैं कुछ शूट कर रहा था एज अ ब्लॉगर, और उसी समय सर ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान ऐसा धमाका हुआ और मैं काफ़ी डर गया था सर। जो भी पब्लिक थी वहाँ पर इस धमाके को देख के वहाँ पे भगदड़ मच गई और काफ़ी लोग मतलब वहाँ पे पैनिक हो गए थे। और सर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि ये क्या हुआ है। लोग कह रहे हैं कि सर सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट, समझ में नहीं आया कि सर एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या है। और सर वो ज़्यादा डरावना सा लगा सर। वहाँ से फिर उसके बाद मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर, क्योंकि डरावना था कुछ सर, क्योंकि वो ब्लास्ट इतना तेज़ था सर कि कान तक मतलब मतलब हिल गए सर, ये कोई भी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाया, तो इसलिए हम वहां से थोड़ा दूर भागने की कोशिश किए ताकि चोटें ना आई। मैं अपना फोन लेकर, उसके बाद जो भी लोग उसके आगे वहां पर देखने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मैं उन सभी लोगों को ये सोच रहा था कि वहां से हटे ताकि उनको चोट ना पहुंचे। इसलिए वहां पर मैंने कुछ लोगों को साइड किया, और एक महिला वहां पर थी जो इस ब्लास्ट को देखकर सुनकर वहां पे वो जो है बेहोश हो गई थी, तो उनका ये हेल्प किया, उनको उठा के साइड करने की कोशिश की मैंने, उनके फैमिली मेंबर का थोड़ा सा हेल्प किया, और बाकी जो लोग थे उनको हटाने की कोशिश किया। सर जो एक बॉडी पार्ट का वहां पे अंग जो है उस जगह से जहां ब्लास्ट हुआ है वहां से गौरी शंकर मंदिर के सामने आके गिरा, तो उस चीज को देख के लोग जो है बहुत ज्यादा डर गए और वहां से भागने लगे। तो ये सर चीज सर बहुत ज्यादा खौफनाक था, और सर हम लोग तो काफी डर गए थे। और ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान हुआ था, जब रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही थी तब जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो वो कैमरा उस तरफ घुमा, और उसके बाद ये सब चीजें रिकॉर्ड हो गई सर।
जी, लेकिन आप जब ब्लास्ट होके आपने कहा आप दूर गए, आपने एक महिला की मदद की जो बेहोश हो गई थी, ये आपसे कितनी दूर था ये धमाका? क्योंकि जो वीडियो है उसमें वो
सर, ये
धमाका सुनाई देता है और आप
एटलीस्ट
लोग भाग रहे हैं, पर ये कितनी दूर था?
जी सर, जहां पर धमाका हुआ वहां से मैं शायद 150 मीटर दूरी पे था, 150 मीटर समथिंग।
और आप 150 मीटर की दूरी पे थे, और ये गौरी शंकर मंदिर आपसे कितनी दूर था? या आपके पीछे था वो?
हाँ सर, नहीं सर, मैं सामने की तरफ था और कैमरा अपोजिट साइड में था, और जब वो ब्लास्ट हुआ सर तो वो मतलब उस तरफ देखने के लिए वो कैमरा भी उस साइड में मुड़ गया, तो वो सब चीजें विजुअल जो फुटेज था वो हमारे कैमरे में ऐड हो गया
ये
सर।
गौरी शंकर मंदिर कहाँ पे था ये बताइए?
गौरी शंकर मंदिर लाल किले के जस्ट सामने, और उसके सामने वो मांस का टुकड़ा जो एक मानव अंग का वहां पे आके गिरा, उस आदमी का जो इसमें जख्मी हुआ था,
आप
जिसका
बाद
मृत्यु
में
हो गई।
फिर थोड़ी देर बाद आप वहां गए थे घटनास्थल की तरफ?
जब वहां पे ये ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद सर लोगों को थोड़ा सा उधर साइड करने के बाद सर हम लोग तो डर गए थे सर, उसके बाद वहां से हम भागने लग गए। सर मैं तो ऐसे जो छोटा मोटा वीडियोस वगैरह जो रिकॉर्ड करता रहता हूँ अपने उस पे यूट्यूब पे, जो भी पदयात्रा वगैरह चल रही है तो रिव्यू
हाँ।
इंडिया न्यूज मैं चलाता हूँ सर अपना,
जी।
तो वही चीज मैं ऐड कर रहा था उसी समय ये ब्लास्ट हुआ सर।
ये ब्लास्ट हुआ क्योंकि
और
वो
ये धमाका सर इतना
जी,
जोर था
हाँ,
कि लोग
जी।
बहुत डर गए सर।
जी, क्योंकि उस धमाके में आप दिख रहे हैं वहां पर, आपके एक टोपी पहन के एक सज्जन भी आपके साथ खड़े, और आप दोनों धमाके की तरफ देखते हैं अचानक से। हाँ, और फिर आप घबरा भी गए क्योंकि इतना जोर से धमाका हुआ। जी, आप
जी
कह रहे
सर,
हैं भागो
उस समय
भागो लोग, भागो
रिकॉर्डिंग के
भागो चिल्ला
दौरान
रहे हैं।
जब मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था उसी समय ये हुआ, धमाका हुआ, और उस तरफ हम देखने लगे, हम लोग नीचे झुकने की कोशिश की कहीं हमारे पे ऐसा कुछ ना हो जाए, काफी दूर था वैसे, और उसके बाद फिर जिसका इंटरव्यू लगा था वो भी डर गए, हम दोनों वहां से फिर भागे सर, और पब्लिक भगदड़ मच गई थी सर, बहुत ज्यादा ही डरावना था सर ये।
Well, viewers, those were the eyewitness accounts, and you get a sense really of just how powerful this explosion was. And there is a map that we put out which tracks the route really that this car took. It was parked for 3 hours at a local parking. So government run NDMC or MCD parking, viewers. And from there, this car makes its way through Daryaganj. And then, of course, dog's legs back on itself, is parked there from about 3:45 to 4 to about 6:48. Then it moves, and then there's the big explosion. So viewers, this is really the route of the car, which was the really modified assault weapon, so to speak. And let's go straight across to Anvit to get more details on some of those who have lost their lives. So Anvit, what can you tell us about those who have lost their lives, their identity? Do we know anything about them? Do we have any of their photographs that have been released? Do we know what where their relatives are? What about the injured?
Well, see, hospitals and police are still working on it, and there was a list of injured last night that was released, and the death toll also, initially it was said to be 8 in the final hours of around 10 p.m. yesterday, but later on we were told that during the early hours it also went up. Number of injured who were rushed to hospitals, LNJP and nearby hospitals, they are still recuperating, and their condition is continuously being monitored. We are right now right outside Digambar Jain Mandir and the Lal Killa, the main road that runs through it. and you can see the cordon has been widened today, and that tent-like structure that you see, it is the main spot of explosion is within inside of that cordon. Senior officials from Delhi Police, NIA, NSG, CRP, and other agencies are there.
Just a minute. I just want to unveil just a second. On the right, viewers, are those pictures from the meeting that was held by the Union Home Minister early this morning. So let's just play out those visuals once again, and those pictures just being fed by ANI Live, and we cut across to them. We're going to try and bring them back for you. That was the meeting, viewers, and you can see a large number of people were connected through that video camera right up there on the screens. Obviously, part of the consultations, these would be the heads of various investigative agencies briefing the Union Home Minister. Remember, the Union Home Minister had gone to the site of the blast yesterday, so he's in a very good position to visualize what really was taking place, the entire conspiracy, how it played out on the ground, and therefore can square some of these inputs with his own thoughts and also take down notes more accurately. So that really served that process. The Union Home Minister has been up pretty much the whole night. So is the Prime Minister, as he said himself, that he had been monitoring these entire developments and the latest updates that were coming in. We're going to try and connect once again to Anshul for this, as well as Arunima. Anshul, what can you tell us now about the coordination that is taking place amongst the various agencies to ensure that there are no others who might be still out there who are part of this larger conspiracy?
Well, yes, the agencies are now trying to make sure that there is no other person who might have been left out of bounds at this point in time, because the last person that the agency was searching for yesterday was in fact Dr. Umar, and it eventually turned out that it could have been Dr. Umar who eventually went ahead and blew up in that vehicle, and that is the reason why out here in the National Capital region itself, more than 13 people have been taken into custody and their questioning is happening, whereas 7 people have been taken into custody from Uttar Pradesh, from parts of Saharanpur, where Dr. Adil was employed. Then people from Lucknow who were known to Dr. Shaheen, they have also been taken into custody. So 7 people from Uttar Pradesh, 13 from over here in Faridabad and Delhi NCR. All of them are being questioned to figure out what kind of relationship did they have with all these 3 terror accused people, and if at all they knew that they were planning something this sinister, and if they knew if at all there is any other cache of arms or ammunition
let me bring in Arunima on these visuals that have come through. Thanks. Stay on with us, Ankur. Let me just bring in Arunima. Arunima, these pictures coming in, can you give us a sense of who's in this meeting and what could be the level of inputs that would have been fed to the Union Home Minister so early in the investigation, really?
So the Home Minister was joined by Director of Intelligence Bureau, Union Home Secretary, Director General of the National Investigation Agency, the Delhi Police Commissioner, Director General of the NSG, and virtually joining in was Nalin Prabhat, the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police. There were other officials also from the IB who deal with Kashmir, who deal with national security, and there were officials dealing with the same subject from the Ministry of Home Affairs. So what was this meeting all about? We all know Home Minister